Hey, good morning, Shoot Extraordinary Conference. I hope that you are doing well wherever you are in the world. My name, if you don't know me, is Michael Anthony. I am the Vice President of Sales and Marketing here at Lensbaby. And I can tell you this right now, we are so incredibly excited to be here with you for Shoot Extraordinary. This conference was something that we decided to put together to bring not only education, but inspiration to the world from around the world. And over the course of the next 3 days, you are going to meet some of the most incredible Lensbaby speakers and educators and photographers. You're going to have the opportunities for image critiques, for reviews, to ask questions, to be a part of the panel and the community. And honestly, this is something that we felt was necessary. In a time when the world needs a little bit of inspiration, it is our honor as the team here in Lensbaby to be able to bring you this over the course of the next few days. Please do us a favor, tag your friends, let them know that we're streaming live. Check us out on Instagram and all of the social medias at Lensbaby USA. You're going to see incredible speakers talking about inspiration, Lensbaby gear, how to, and more. Today we're live, but this course will also be restreaming over the course of the next couple days and forever be free, because we believe that education shouldn't cost money here at Lensbaby, and we want to help give you the tools to shoot extraordinary. So as we head into today's class, think about all the amazing opportunities you have to learn, grab a piece of paper and a pen, tell some friends, and we will see you inside of the classroom. Morning Shoot Extraordinary Conference. We are here with our speaker, Robert Pugh, who is going to take us through an amazing adventure with Omni. First, I'm going to give him an opportunity to introduce himself. Robert, my friend, how are you today?
I'm brilliant, feeling good and very excited for getting this first convention on the go.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're super happy that you're here with us. Tell us a little bit about your background, Robert, for those of us who don't know.
Okay, well, I mean, normally it would probably take me an hour to explain my background, so I'm going to try and cram it into as fast as I can. So briefly, I'm an international wedding and portrait photographer. So the international, because I do travel all over the globe. My normal stomping ground is sort of Dominic and Cuba for weddings.
I am so excited to be here today. I get to talk about Lensbaby. It's my favorite thing. Well, it's one of my favorite things. I got a lot of things that are favorite. And today we're talking about the journey of Lensbaby. We're talking about some of the hidden things, the things that went into the origination of Lensbaby. You know, I brought the original Lensbaby, the idea for the flexible hose. I'll get into that. Hopefully that's not a spoiler. And from there, it became a collaboration. It became a collaboration with you, because that one innovation, I got feedback saying, hey, we want something new. And so, or something better, or something worse, or something different. And that was the biggest theme that was from the very beginning. People wanted something different than what they could do with their regular camera lenses, and Lensbaby gave it to you. And you're here, so you must have liked something about it, or you're curious about it, but welcome. I'm excited to talk to you about this, and so let's just dig right in. In 1998, I went to a workshop at Santa Fe Workshops, and it was a great workshop. I was documenting. I was a photojournalist, so I decided I was going to do this documentary project on this fly fishing school outside of Santa Fe, and I love fly fishing anyhow, so it was a good excuse to get out on a river. But one of the days, I rented or borrowed a tilt shift lens from the library there at Santa Fe Workshops. Amazing school, amazing project. I can't wait until they open back up for us to go down in real life. But one of the things they have there is a library, and they just let you use these tools. And I took this 45mm tilt shift lens, put it on my film camera, we were all shooting film then, and went out into the river, put it on a tripod, shot it at 1 second. Now, I know I stacked the deck against me to be frustrated, but I was super frustrated with this lens because it only tilted a little bit. I mean, it tilted a normal amount for a regular tilt shift lens, but it didn't have a real strong effect, and I could not find where my slice was. It had numbers and dials and like scales. Like, I don't want to look at a scale when I'm out in the field photographing. So for me, I came away with a huge amount of frustration from that. And that was my first kind of seed of what ended up being Lensbaby. I mean, there's lots of frustrations that went into this, and solving those frustrations was a big key to that. But combine that experience with sharing a studio with about a dozen photographers, 2 of which were doing things that me as a photojournalist, I'd never even considered. One, Krista was shooting with a Diana camera, and I didn't know what that was. I didn't have an art background. I was, you know, I was a photojournalist, and I was going to make pictures that were corner to corner sharp, and I was going to try and be as invisible to the viewer as possible, where they looked at that and said, how did someone take this picture? I feel like I'm actually there. So that was my goal. And so I'm sharing the studio with a dozen photographers. Krista's shooting with a Diana camera, and Frank is shooting with a 55mm macro lens, and he screwed on this video converter to the front. And okay, the images that both of them were making were unbelievable. Krista's in particular, in a show, like she printed a bunch of 16x20s and hung them on the wall of the studio, and I just walked up to these images where technically all of the things that I strived for as a photographer, she had not done none of them. I mean, composition was great, but everything else, like I didn't even know what this was. It was cross-processed, had no idea what that was, which was, you know, I'm not even going to explain it. But it was crazy. The colors were all whacked, the focus was off, and for me, looking at those images, they inspired me to say, hey, what's going on here? What am I trying to convey? And am I missing out on something? Are my perfect lenses taking out some of the energy and the emotion that I can see in Krista's? And then in Frank's, he was shooting this fisheye converter on the front of his macro lens, and he was shooting portraits with it where he was getting, you know, an inch, 2 inches away from them, and they were crazy. They weren't the most flattering things, but they were more flattering than I would think for a fisheye lens. It was weird. It was crazy. But for me, that ended up planting a seed of saying, okay, what could I do? I was a working professional. I was shooting film. I wasn't really looking to experiment a whole lot, but a couple years later, when I broke everything that I stood for in terms of being a purist, and I had just, I think 2 days before, maybe a week before, at a wedding, somebody had come up to me with their little point-and-shoot digital camera, and this was in 2000, and said, are you going to go digital? And I'm like, nah, that doesn't really apply to me. I'm going to, you know, I'll shoot film for the rest of my career. A week later, I put a Canon D30 on hold or on order at Pro Photo Supply here in Portland, and that was totally counter to what I had been thinking. But you know, technology changed, and it wasn't just a wallet-sized photo that you could make with these as in terms of prints. It was a 5x7, and not too many of my clients ordered bigger than 5x7. So off I went into digital. I get this camera on a Thursday, I think, and on a Friday I flew to New York City. I went with one camera and one lens. I went with a 28mm f1.8 Canon lens. Loved that lens on my film cameras. I got to New York City. It was the most frustrating thing of my life that it was a 1.6 crop and I now had a 45mm. I couldn't photograph the way I saw because 28 millimeter was a really important focal length for me, and it was the only lens I brought. So I pulled back on that experience and that respect for what Frank had done with his amazing portraits and that curiosity. And now when I took a picture, it wasn't $1 every picture. And I went into the camera stores around Times Square and found one of these similar lenses to him, to the one Frank had. He had one of a kind. I've never seen it. I've gone looking for it for years. And this is a 0.42x converter. I got a black one. I couldn't find it, so this is essentially the same thing. And I screwed it on the front of that 28 millimeter lens. And it was just like, you know, it was 90 bucks. I was in New York. I wanted to shoot wide, and I couldn't. And Frank had done this thing. So he had planted this seed. I had wanted some special effects, but hadn't really taken risks in the past. I put this on my 28 millimeter lens and stopped it down to f11, and I got pretty good shots. It was like a 16 millimeter equivalent fisheye. It had lots of bending lines, and when I stopped it down to f11 or f16, maybe even f22, it was pretty sharp corner to corner. The center was always sharp. And so I said, well, I'll play with this for a little bit. You know what happened is I took this crazy lens, and at one point I tested it wide open, and I always do that. Maybe I learned it from this, that I tested it wide open even though I liked it stopped down, sort of. It was kind of a good lens, or kind of a not terrible lens. And I did test it wide open, and I said, well, that's pretty cool. The edges were out of focus. The lines, of course, were still bendy, and the center was sharp. So let me show you a few pictures here. So what I found with this was it allowed me to bring emotion and energy into my photos in the similar way to the way Krista had with that Diana camera. And that energy and that emotion wasn't necessarily present when I shot with a normal lens. And so it opened my eyes to say, hey, I can have a style that's not just about capturing the moment. It's not just about being a fly on the wall. It's not just about being invisible. And looking through a different lens gave me that. And two, I can photograph completely different subject matter or the same subject matter and get a completely different mood, get a mood that matches the scene. And so being able to take this image here at the bowling alley where I'm dragging the shutter, which would be something that I do in a situation like this with a normal lens as well. I'm doing some fill flash, and then you've got the craziness of the bent lines. You don't see much in terms of the edge, so this was probably stopped down to f8 or f11 or darker, I don't know. But at any rate, this gave me a different tool in my toolbox to give a presentation of what I had seen to my viewer that wasn't necessarily accessible. When I was a kid, I was curious. And in more ways than one. And one of the things I did was I'd take everything apart. I took my bike apart. I turned the handlebars upside down so that now I had to take the seat off for the front wheel and the back wheel to touch the ground. And doing that, I had to now sit on the handlebars and the back wheel would steer. So I was moving my body and sitting on the handlebars. I share this because there's some odd things about Lensbaby, and they come from somewhat of an odd place, and one of those things was that tinkering and that always curious, what's possible, and being able to turn my bike upside down, or half of it upside down, or 2/3, 80%, and have the handlebars right side up, but have to sit on the handlebars. That was a challenge for me. I wanted something that challenged me to say, oh, is this possible? And I fell that first day I probably fell 40 times. I ended up in the hospital because one of those falls, or multiple falls, had torn my esophagus internally. The doctor said they'd never seen anything like it. But I was really proud. Like I lived, but I was really proud of what I had learned. I'd learned a new skill that probably no one I knew had, and that was worth it. So, you know, I don't know if my parents agreed, but I did all sorts of stuff like that, just hacking. And this is just kind of a minor hack. Like I just screwed this on the filter threads. It wasn't a big deal. I didn't have to take anything apart. But it was the beginning of my photo hacking. Over the course of the next couple years, I photographed far too much with this lens, and I tend to do that when I find something new. I tend to obsess about it, and that was my first obsession in photography that wasn't just a strictly normal lens or a normal camera or a different type of film or a different who knows what, but the things that were acceptable, the things you'd see in popular photography or Shutterbug, those are the things that I'd obsessed about up until that point. And over the course of the next 2 years, tons of photos. I took a workshop from Kevin Kubota. I was frustrated with my workflow. It's taken me 5 times as long to edit a wedding now that I was shooting half digital and half film, and I didn't know how to make those digital images look like real pictures. And so I took this workshop from Kevin Kubota, changed my life, but as the course of that, it was his very first digital boot camp, but in the course of that he saw some of these images that I'd taken with this lens, and he called me up and said, for the third workshop, he said, Craig, I want you to come teach this stuff that you're doing with these crazy lenses. And I'm like, I'm thinking, I got one lens, New York City. I had gone out and I had tried to find a better one. Nothing. I'd found this ended up, or the black version of this that I screwed on my lens, ended up being the very best that I ever found. I probably bought 40 of them. So what am I going to teach? And so for me, I've always been a daydreaming. I've always been looking at, you know, what can distract me and how can I get excited about that. And one day I'm in my studio, I'm supposed to be editing a wedding, and I'm looking around here, I'm looking around there, and I see my speed graphic camera sitting on a shelf. And I'd had an idea that I approached an engineer about, just to make stuff for me, not necessarily a product, but to be able to use my medium format lenses on the front of my Canon EOS cameras, and there just wasn't enough room. There was, you know, maybe 1/8 of an inch, and that wasn't enough to tilt, and free lensing wasn't a thing, or I'm sure I would have gotten into it. And I looked and I saw my speed graphic camera, and it had a 101mm lens, and it had all of this distance between the lens and the image plane, and I thought, well, that's more than 1/8 of an inch, and I need something to teach. What do I need to do to make that be something I can mount on my camera and make it work? And so I thought, well, I could use a bellows, but bellows are really flexible, and that's not, and I didn't have any bellows. I probably would have just used a bellows, but they're super flexible, so it's not going to really hold it up, and I'll be jittery and whatnot. So what I really need is I need something that I can squeeze against to focus, and it's just going to lock the light. You know, whether that's just pressing up against the mount, I didn't know, but I just wanted a resilient bellows. So I started searching for resilient bellows, and of course there's nothing about resilient bellows. That's my word. And a few days later, I drove past a local hardware store and am just walking through going resilient bellows, you know, and just no idea. And I come across a shop vac, and I'll tell you, nobody has been more excited in the history of shop vacs to come across a shop vac. Here's a shop vac, and I look at the hose and I'm like, that's it. It bends, it holds its shape, I can squeeze against it. You know, it ended up being quite stiff, and this is the shop vac hose that I bought that day. I cut off the end and then cut off a section. It ended up being the exact length that I needed to get close focus, and then when I squeeze it, I can get out toward infinity. And I took it to a wedding that weekend, maybe the next day, maybe a couple days later, And let me just show you an image here. This is one of the very first images from that very first morning up at Mount Hood Timberline. The groom is sitting on the ski lift with his groomsmen on the morning of the wedding, and I'm tilting that lens, and you can see that slice of focus going off toward infinity. Way more effect than I could get from that 45mm lens, even if I figured it out. I did rent it a couple more times. It just continued to frustrate me, and this was what I was after, and I could not believe what I was seeing when I looked at the back of the camera. I look back at me as a kid and remember the curiosity that I approached life with. And it was not the same curiosity that the other kids approached life with. My friends would be playing basketball. I'd be staring at the rim, looking at the net, saying, you know, how does that, who thought of this way, this curlicue way to make the wires that would hold the net on? I was way more interested in that than getting good at my free throws or anything in basketball. And that curiosity has followed me, and that's what really led to the putting things together and the analysis of that rim as a kid, and 100,000 other things gave me the analytical kind of, I don't know, it's not really chops, but it is a background in just looking at things and saying, okay, how can that be different? And how can these things go together? And how does that fit with this? So that curious kid on multiple levels, it is a part of this project, and it's a fun exploration that kid gets to go through right here as I'm talking and learning and remembering these things. Well, the next step in the process was, okay, what else can I do? What other lenses? Similar to that 0.42x lens that I got in New York, and thinking, okay, there's got to be a better one. I started saying, well, there's got to be different lenses that do different things, and this is one of them. I went out, I got 120 folding cameras, I got this is a lens from a friend of my dad's who was an optical engineer at Tektronix. My dad was a mechanical engineer, and so Bob White would let me come over and he'd hand me lenses and say, can you use this, can you use that, and I would test the focal length just by holding it up to my SLR or holding it up to a piece of paper, and this was one of them. And it's actually half of a CRT lens, and this one was very different because that speed graphic lens, when it was pointed straight ahead, it was just a 101mm lens, normal, you know, I mean, if I could hold it straight. And this one had this beautiful painterly effect on everything. Like, it really didn't have much of a sweet spot. It was somewhat of a sweet spot, but let me just show you some pictures. So this is one of the images I shot. I shot this at the end of a wedding down on the Oregon coast, and you can see there's kind of a sweet spot over in the lower right, but that painterly treatment of the colors and the hues, and it was just unbelievable, and you know, made for some wonderful black and white images when I bumped the contrast up. It gave me a mood. It gave me a way of looking at a scene and feeling a mood in what I saw, and to be able to convey that to my viewers gave me something I'd never had before. And so here it was. I had this precision lens that I could tilt and get this slice of focus, and then the next thing I did was find this really non-precision thing that really wasn't that sharp. It was only half a lens. It was turned upside down, I think. I don't know. I don't know how it was intended to be made because I don't have the other half. But regardless, this was something exciting, and you can see here in this third image the playfulness, the sense of just emotion and connection that lens was able to create on the front of my DSLR was super exciting and super unique for me. I was able to give my clients images that were just so different than the other photographers had in the local community, and you know, anywhere actually, the whole world. I had a unique lens nobody else had. I had something that could be done. And that's really the way, that ability to do something that nobody else can. I thought, that's my edge. That's where I'm headed as a photographer. I'll always be able to stay ahead of what's going on, and have that unique style. But you know, it wasn't much of my images that were coming from these particular lenses. It was maybe 5%. And, you know, this particular wedding, the clients were just so up for anything. I think, you know, maybe it was 7%. But regardless, I shot as a photojournalist most of the time, and then would come in and, you know, more of a National Geographic look to my images, or that was my hope. And then I would pull those lenses out when I'd gotten all of those safe images and I wanted to play. And those were the images, more often than not, that my clients really connected with. If I look back to childhood and think about a parallel to this exploration and finding these crazy half lenses that I can shoot with, I remember having a tire swing in my backyard, and I would spin it, you know, probably 1,000 times and get it, you know, to shorten up. You know, it was like a 20-foot rope up into this huge maple tree, and I would spin it and 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 spin it until I couldn't hold it from going back the other direction anymore. And the reason I did was I wanted to jump on that tire swing, and I wanted to spin as fast as I could, and then go out and have it slow down. And I was so curious, like, how does that work? Why when I'm out and my legs are out, my head is out, my arms are holding onto the swing or the rope, does everything slow down? And why when I come in does everything go so fast? It's crazy. You know what was great about that experience and that obsession with how this worked or why it worked? It was fun. And that's what I found here. Even though there was this technical aspect of, okay, what's the focal length? Can we get it to focus? Can we find a piece of tubing that's the right length? And you know, drilling or machining a hole in a body cap that we can snap the tubing into. That's all like left brain stuff. But then I got to go out on the beach and play and explore what was possible, what this could create. And that's the spinning and the tire swing for me. I look back on that and I'm like, oh yeah, I was curious, but really I just had a fun experience. I got to spin and spin and spin and spin and spin and spin and spin. It was awesome. And that 20-30 foot rope, man, I could get a lot of turns in that. So the next step after I've got 2 of these things is to figure out, okay, what do I do with these that can be interesting, that I can you know, go back to Kevin Kubota. He asked me to teach at a workshop. I didn't have anything to teach. I came up with the Lensbaby with that speed graphic lens. Now I've got another lens. I've got 2 lenses. I still can't tell people, you know, go do this or go make this in this certain way. So I didn't know what I had. So my goal was to get at least 10 for the 25 people, 10 of these prototypes that I could put together that people would be able to go out and experiment with and tell me, you know, what do I like? What do I not like? And so it quickly went, because really the motivation for this project was largely because I had to have something to teach. So it wasn't so much about having a unique one-of-a-kind lens all of a sudden. It was more about, okay, how can I teach? How can I help Kevin with this project? How can I spread the enthusiasm for photography, for creativity, for exploration? Had no idea if this was going to resonate, but off I went. So I went with a bunch of lenses. Some of them were really primitive, like Holga lenses that had been taken off by holgamods.com, and they put other lenses on there, or pinholes on, and so I took those and I brought them and put them on shop vac hose, and I had the really good lenses. I got 120 folding cameras that I took the lenses off, put them on a piece of shop vac hose, all sorts of stuff. And what I saw was people really resonated with the simple the simple lenses. And so when I'd give them something like the Speed Graphic, a lot of these photographers already had experience with bellows cameras or view cameras and tilt shift lenses, or they own tilt shift lenses, and they would come back and say, well, I can do that with my tilt shift lens. What else do you got? And it got more and more and more simple, to where I actually went out and just got the cheapest. It was almost like a dare, like, okay, how do we make this, dumb this down as far as we can? And I went out and got eye loops off of eBay from India for, you know, $20 for a dozen of them, and they'd be all different focal lengths, but it was just a magnifying glass essentially, and a bad magnifying glass at that. But I'd put an f5.6 sized what is this? It's a aperture, but like a little piece of plastic that I'd glue in the back, and that would stop it down, and it would give a nice, decent sized sweet spot. And I sent that out with people, and oh my gosh, the people that didn't like the Speed Graphic lens, which of course you couldn't source those, and if you made it from scratch, we'd be talking, you know, hundreds of dollars, maybe thousands. And to be able to give them a magnifying glass and have them come back and say, this is what I'm after. I can't do this with my regular camera lens. This image here is from Red Square in Russia, and I was able to take this right after, it's actually the very lens I'm holding. I was able to take this image like the week after I built this, and this is when I decided, okay, this is what the lens is going to be. These are the specs for the Lensbaby that I'm coming out with. Because I had come back from one of those workshops with Kevin, and my soon-to-be business partner, Sam Pardue, who was doing marketing for my photography business, had asked me about Lensbaby. I brought it up. He'd say, well, what is it? I showed it to him. He didn't take that too seriously because, you know, it didn't look like much. But he said, do you have anybody to call? So he called the photographers and that had been using the lens, got a hold of 7 or 8 of them. All of them had the same feedback. I can't do this with anything else I have. I feel like it's reignited my enthusiasm and my joy for photography. And that's all he had to hear. He said, I'm in. And he came in and he paid for the website, he paid for the patent, and I said, okay, I'm going to come out with a product that we can sell. And so this was that product in my mind. It had a water jet cut piece of plastic snapped on the front so that you could squeeze and focus it without getting your fingers in the front. It had these eye loops from India, and I'd get a dozen of them or 20 of them, I don't even know. And of those, only 20–30% of them were the right focal length. Maybe I would be lucky and get 50% out of one batch. And then they have scratches, so some of them I couldn't put into a lens that we could ever sell. And so, like, this was not a repeatable model. I had a friend of mine, Bob, who was cutting holes in the body caps, but I decided after this trip to Russia that we're going to sell this. This is going to be the end product. So we sold, I don't know, a couple dozen of them that fall. This is fall of 2003. And I got an email from one of our customers. It was all sold online. And he said, I took the lens out of the box when I got it. I looked at it. I didn't put it on my camera. I put it back in the box. I'm going to send it back to you. I want my money back. And I thought, well, of course you want your money back. You didn't take pictures with it. And so for me, having that experience of taking the pictures and knowing that that's really where this is, to be on Red Square and to be able to make images that are something that nobody has ever made of Red Square before. That's the joy, and that's the enthusiasm that I had for it. But I realized we don't have a product. But before I do that, I want to talk about this randomness that I experienced. And I remember as a child, I would stare at the ceiling. We had these plaster ceilings in our house that had this totally random pattern. It was very porous, like it felt like sandpaper, because the walls were that way too. And it's really a curious finish. I've never seen that in any house before. But I would lay in bed in the shadows and when the light would come from the side, and I would look for some sort of pattern. Like, what is this that I'm seeing? What is it? What does it mean? I'd see faces in there, and I think going from total randomness of, you know, anything's possible, and bringing that into a place of let's put some order to this. Let's look for some repeating patterns. Let's look for the eyeballs or the fangs of the monster that I would look at, and that kind of wanting to make sense of things. You know, it might be a stretch, but I think this and the images that it created came from that little kid, that little Craig Strong, that was looking at things that didn't make sense and saying, I want to make sense of this. From there, we went to we had probably about 6 weeks at that point to get from a lens that somebody is not even willing to put on their camera to a lens that we're going to introduce at a trade show in Las Vegas in 6 weeks. And it took me about a week of dead ends of going to machine shops. I had no idea what I was doing. I was a photographer. I was not a manufacturer. I was not a designer. I didn't even know how to have a conversation about design. I just would go and go to Home Depot and get some shop vac hose, and I'd go down to the plastic shop. That's the closest I could get to talking with a supplier and say, I need something that's, you know, this round by this round, and they'd have to do the measurements for me. And so I had no idea what I was doing, and it was tons of learning. And one of the things I learned was there are people out there ready to help. And what I got eventually, I got to 2 suppliers. The first supplier was in Oregon City, and it was ProTurn, a precision machine shop. And I came in, I think all I wanted was a front lens cap. And I thought, oh, it'd be cool to make that in metal. That would make somebody actually put it on their camera. I don't know why I was thinking that. But the approaching Steve, who was the owner of a machine shop that wasn't very busy at that moment, and he was motivated. He wanted a new client, and so he actually took my idea and he said, well, okay, yeah, I can figure out a lens cap, but what if it screwed on to something that was metal that I also made? I'm like, oh, that'd be cool. You know, and all of a sudden my thinking started to get a little bit bigger, and then I said, well, can you machine hundreds of body caps so that they've got a hole in them that I can snap the tubing into? And he said, yeah, but I could make that out of metal too. And I'm like, you know, my mind is blown at this point, because I'm like, wow, that's a real lens. And Steve actually took this project, and in 5 weeks from the time I sat down with him, he had designed, anodized, laser marked, and had delivered to me in time for the show all of the parts for our first order. And the enthusiasm that I had for this project went through the roof at this point. And I knew that once I had those machined parts, even before they were anodized, when he sent me test parts, that this is going to be something special. And because it was a real lens, people would put it on their $4,000, $8,000 DSLR. They were expensive back then. And it wouldn't be a misnomer to say, oh, this is something you got out of a Cracker Jacks box. You know, it was a big Cracker Jacks box, but I don't want to put that on my camera. And that's basically where that prototype that we sold a couple dozen of on the website was. And from there, the other supplier I found came out of a problem I had. We had an f5.6 aperture, largely because I wanted to drop the aperture into the metal cup and then, or it was a plastic cup with the original Lensbaby, and then put the glass on top of it, and then put a retaining ring so that if it falls apart, it falls out. Nothing ever goes into a camera if a Lensbaby falls apart. And so, because we didn't want to ruin people's cameras, if the lens gets broken or falls apart, then we just replace it, no big deal. So so that was my reasoning, but that also meant it did not have interchangeable apertures. During this time, I was not sleeping very much. It was, my mind was just constantly going, because like I said, I was a photographer. I had no idea what I was doing in terms of making a product, but that's what I was doing. Sam and I were on this journey together, and my job was to make a product that he could sell. And in the middle of the night, 3:30 in the morning, I wake up and I'm like, what if we stop it down from the front? And I went online, I'm like, looking for old lenses and seeing where the apertures were. I didn't find anything. I had no idea whether this would work or not, but it's 3:30 in the morning, it's dark. So I had to wait until the morning, and this is an image here of my daughter once the sun came up, or it was Portland, so the sun made things brighter, and she came out and she was my test subject. And sure enough, not only did the f5.6 aperture that I was going to put from behind, that I taped in on the front, not only did it work, but it looked a little bit better, and it was a little sharper image, and the sweet spot had a little better fall off to the rest of the image. And so I took that image, and then I took the aperture out altogether and just put a little tape around the edge of the lens, and it was an f2.5 lens at that point, and I took this image of my son Will, and I said, oh, this is it. Because now we have a variable effect. We're not just stuck dark. None of our cameras at that point had variable, or had a EVF or the ability to see your image digitally. So you were looking through an f5.6 lens and trying to squeeze to focus, which was already a pain, and it just wasn't going to work. So I mean, it was going to work, and all my beta testers loved it, but this was one more option, and I'm all about options. And this was something at 3:30 in the morning came upon me. By the next morning, I was like, yes, we're doing this. And I now am 11 days away from WPPI, and we had to figure out, okay, what's going to happen between now and then that I can actually figure out how to do this. The key to that was we already had the apertures being made, the metal apertures being made here in Portland, and I was able to just go to him and say, okay, we want a whole bunch more, because we had f2.8 to f8, but we want them made out of plastic. And that same manufacturer just shifted and made them out of plastic, and we were able to do that. But then how do you keep them in? And so I had to brainstorm this, ended up with a square, big fat square O-ring, and the apertures would fall out when sometimes on accident, but the O-ring, once you put it in properly, it was nice and secure, and so that was our solution. So 11 days later, we end up at the trade show, and off we go. The beauty of this entire situation, or the journey for me, was that we went from an idea that Sam said, and the people that he interviewed said, this is something I want, to something that when we got to that trade show, it was crazy. We got mobbed. By the third day, we sold out the first 2 days. By the third, I was building them in our room at night, and by the third day, we sold out in probably a half an hour. There was a line at the booth before we even got to it, and I just went up for the rest of the day and was building lenses, and all of our beta testers from Kevin's workshops that were at the trade show, they were running them back and forth. They were coming up to the room and getting my built lenses and bringing them down to people who'd already paid for them and were waiting there at the booth. So it was a really exciting time, and yet another one of those moments that I'm like, oh, hey, this is actually going to be something great. And this is an image that we took on the trade show floor of Sam and B. Dyer and myself. Peggy Dyer was one of the early beta testers, and she brought her mom along. She didn't have anything to do. She spent the entire time in our booth, and we loved her. Couldn't have done it without her. So many stories like that that came from these early days of Lensbaby. So we've got a lens now that has an internal aperture. I mean, not really, but it's inside the lens, but it's interchangeable. And as hard as it was to get in and get out, it did broaden the perspective of what people could do with that lens. And that all came out of the criticism that I received from that customer who said, your lens is not worth 70 bucks. And if it is, I don't want to use it anyhow. And he hadn't even put it on his camera. So this little crackerjack thing was worthy of criticism. And so that self-criticism that I was so defended against, or from other people getting that criticism, was largely because I was so self-critical myself and so, introspective. But I look at all of those experiences as building to this experience where I was able to get feedback from somebody that was not positive, and yet be able to incorporate that in a way that actually served as a wonderful foundation for where Lensbaby went next. And from there, over the course of the next year, we actually, within 2 weeks of that trade show, sold out of all of our inventory, and we expected that our inventory would last a year. And Sam went full-time. I had 2 years worth of weddings still booked, so it was a pretty crazy time business-wise for a photographer who's now playing an engineer on TV. I hadn't even gotten to that point, but I was in a role that I was totally unfamiliar with. And eventually that went into the Lensbaby 2.0, same form factor, but it had magnetic apertures and a sharper, brighter lens. And then we took that sharper, brighter lens and aperture system into the 3G. This is a prototype. It's one of the early ones. We have an engineer who loves to see clear parts, so he can see exactly what's going on. So I'm glad that Bill loved that, and that we ended up with a mostly clear prototype here. But that was a whole other thing. Like there was so much going on. But let me show you some images with the new aperture system and from the 2.0 and the 3G, which were the same, to be able to capture these portraits of my kids. This is probably at f2.8 or f4 on the 2.0, and then just be able to capture something really, really unique. And my kids, if you look back over the course of all of the photos of them, you'll say, oh, Craig was shooting or developing this lens and then this lens, and sorry kids about the fisheye period as far as flattering photos. But to be able to get these images of my kids and give a completely different effect is really, really what I was looking for, and to get that, to be able to get that emotion from the images that of my kids' childhood that I would have missed with a sterile, straight lens. It's just, it's cool. I like looking back on that. I hope someday they will as well. So the 3G, if I look at this, I'm reminded of when I was a kid. I lived in the woods, and I would make live traps to see if I could outsmart the animals in the woods. And didn't hurt any of the animals, but it was this kind of like, how do I put this together with that in such a way that I can change and outsmart? Or there were all of these things that for me they didn't matter to anybody else, but they mattered to me, and they gave me that opportunity to say, okay, this is what I care about, this is what I want to do, this is what I'm going to do. But this, I tell you about the traps because there is a real sense of that, you know, we're moving, we're looking at mechanical options to be able to take this and lock it in place and then unlock it. It was really drawing on that problem solving that I had when I was a kid. From there, we went to the optic swap system. And the optic swap system was the Composer. This is the Composer Pro 2, but the Composer, and it had interchangeable optics to where instead of just having a single lens that was different, like we were selling before, different than any other lens on the market, we were now selling something that not only was it a different effect and a different type of focus, especially on the Muse, which was flexible bodied like the previous 3 versions, but it also gave you the ability to swap out your optics. So this came out in 2008, at the end of 2008, October, I believe, and it really broadened the number of options that we could give people, because you can see here I was even able to make a pinhole and a zone plate lens that we were able to put in to give people a completely different effect. And that's really what Lensbaby is all about, is moving into a space where you can get anything that you want that's possible out of our system. With the optic swap system, we have the edge optics, and when those are pointed straight ahead, they are extremely sharp corner to corner, and then when you tilt them, you get your effect. So that gives you a lot of variety here, and really this is the lens that I was after when I was at Santa Fe, was something that I could just tilt in one direction and had a long focus range, got me a really thin slice if that's what I wanted, because it tilts twice as much as a normal tilt shift lens. And this opened up this optic swap system with different optics, where we can get something super organic and artsy like the pinhole and zone plate, which switches back and forth between pinhole and zone plate options, or the other 5 optics that we had at the time. We've come out with 15 since, and this reminds me of me as a kid taking everything apart. I mean, to a fault. I would take everything apart, and once in a while they'd go back together, giving our users the ability to do that without breaking it, because I broke most things as a kid, is really close to my heart. So I think this came out of who I was as a kid and as a person, and you can see that all those options and that ability to modify what you've got gives you more options, and that's what I'm all about, you know. And it drives my business partners and our team crazy, because I'm always like, no, we got to add this and we got to add that and we got to add that. And these days I listen to them when they say, nah, that's not going to work, or that's too expensive, because I've got a little more business sense than I used to. But the journey that I've gone on has been really influenced by that little Craig who was seeing something and saying, how does that work? From there, we went to the Velvet system, and the Velvet lenses are macro focusing. They're a real lens, because in 2008 when we came out with this, we took an already odd system, and as far as the actual lenses, the creative effects lenses, and we made it more complex. And a lot of people looked at that and they just kind of glazed over, and they're like, oh wow, you can swap the optic? I have no idea what that even means. And then they walked away, and maybe you did that, but you came back, a lot of people came back to Lensbaby after a lot of exposures and their crazy friend off, you know, shooting these amazing images with with it. They came back when we started making the standalone lenses. This is our first standalone lens, was the Velvet 56. Did not have any kind of optic swap system. It worked like a regular manual focus lens, and this was a bit of a miracle, because when we came out with this, we really needed to come out with a product that people wanted, and our timeline was very short. Our suppliers really rose to the challenge, and our optical engineer made a lens unlike any other lens, because usually these are the lenses with glow or soft focus, and soft focus lenses tend to have very little detail when they've got a lot of glow in the image, and certainly not outside of the center. And with this lens, there's a very sharp underlying detail even at the brightest apertures. And let me show you a couple images here. I was able to take these out and shoot Neowise with the Velvet series, and this was the first night I went out, and I had all my Nikkor lenses with me and expected that that's what I'd be using. But the moment I saw this, I said, nope, I'm not using any of those lenses. I'm just using Velvet. So I shot for 3 nights toward the peak of the Neowise show that we had, and this was the first night that I shot, and it was with Velvet 56. And then the next night I came, met some really great friends this night up on the mountain, and this is with the Velvet 85, and you can see the Velvet 85 when you're, especially at the brighter apertures. This is, I think, f2.8. It has a bit of a sweet spot, and the corners go a little bit blurry, you know, with focus that's not great, and that underlying detail is mainly in the center. But the emotion and the mood to this image is something that really it sings for me. And again, I was like, nope, this is all I'm shooting stars with from now on. And then the third night I went out and photographed with the Velvet 28, and getting this with this particular lens, this is wide open at f2.2 essentially, because we have a plus sign, because we didn't think anyone would want anything that glowy. We wanted people to know this is over the top, but it wasn't over the top for me in this situation, to where the detail underneath that glow, even though you see those big halos around the bright stars, that the detail underneath the glow and even off in the corners is really sharp. So this really is my favorite Velvet, and these lenses are, for me, an example from my childhood of having an engineer for a father who had a woodworking shop. He would fix my toys with aluminum parts that he would do on the mill at work, and they were amazing. I remember being totally enthralled with this aluminum piece that he had fixed one of my things with, and like, I didn't even care about the thing that much, other than the fact that it worked now. But here's this beautiful aluminum hook that he put on there that fit my finger perfectly. It was way better than the plastic one that had been on it from the manufacturer, and it was exciting. And so for me, having appreciated that fine craftsmanship prepared me to say, okay, we can give people a product, and this has been our goal ever since, a product that you hold in your hand that says, hey, this is a work of art. And so that experience from my childhood really affected that. And you know, from there, we're pretty much just talking about exploration. Like Lensbaby, I love my job in that I get to play with the craziest stuff. Like, I went in looking for for what we're going to do here. And you know, I don't know why we have this, but it seemed like a good idea at the time, I'm sure. And maybe I can cut strips of this and put it into Omni, or I don't know what. Maybe it'll be its own product. But you know, it's pretty cool. I get to do that, and I don't know what you see, but I don't know. Tell me, do you want it? And then we've got. I feel like my job is one of the best jobs on the planet, to where I get to just say, okay, what do I do here? What's the, you know, and Omni gives us a huge outlet for that. And you know, I don't know what's next. This is, you know, this is doing that, and these are doing this, and you know, I get to do that, and I don't know what that is, but yeah, like this is it. Like if I can step away and feed that daydreaming Craig from grade school or from before, like and if that can do the work that's needed to find the products that you're going to connect with, that's going to help you express your vision of the world, that's all I need, and that's what I want to do. And I am in such a great spot because I was able to kick this off as a creative working on a project for me. But then I got all of you to be part of this, because this is a collaboration. Me and my team at Lensbaby are exploring ideas, and then you're coming to us with feedback. You're coming to us with passions or with questions of how do I photograph something that I see that none of my other lenses can quite get right. And fortunately now Lensbaby we have Sweet Spot, we have Twist, we have Velvet, we have, what else do we have? We have Edge. And to be able to have these various effects, to be able to pick up, put on your camera, say, hey, this works for me, or no, this doesn't work over here, but it works over here. And we've done the purchasing of the 40 lenses that took us to get here, so that you don't have to. If we're to go back in terms of like that kid that turned his bike upside down, or most of his bike upside down, and rode it backwards while steering with his butt, that I ride a recumbent now. Like, I don't really care what people think, and I get a kick when I get comments about that, you know, because I look like an idiot. I mean, not really, I'm not an idiot, but I look like an idiot, actually, out there on my recumbent, and because I commute in town. Like, it's a country, it's a touring thing. But for me, that harkens back to, hey, I want to learn something new. I want to be different in a way that serves me. Like that riding on my handlebars way back when I was in high school, that was, or grade school, that was something for me that gave me great satisfaction. And I think there's a lot of things in my work that harken back to, hey, I get to experiment with new things. I get to learn to ride a bike in a different way. I get to be more comfortable on my recumbent, and I don't care what people think. You must not care what people think either, to some extent, because your images are going to be different. If you're shooting with Lensbaby, your images are not going to be the norm. And so if you can say, I'm looking for my particular vision of the world, and it may involve this crazy creative stuff, more power to you. We love you, and I love the fact that you're a part of this community, and looking at how to be more part of that. And I think that ultimately the community is where the meaning is, and it's not going to be perfect. I learned about a worldview, wabi-sabi, Japanese concept, and it's appreciating the beauty in impermanence, incompleteness, and imperfection. And Lensbaby is going to be imperfect. It's going to be incomplete. We're always going to be building. You saw how that first Lensbaby, because of your feedback, changed into the second and into the third and now into an entire lineup. But it's always going to be evolving, and what we have now is going to build on what's next. And I promise you, what's next isn't going to be the perfection and the sterility of what you can get from every other lens manufacturer. It's going to be something that has heart and soul and is going to be different and allow you to express your vision of the world in a way that you just can't otherwise. And I'm excited about that, and I'm excited about you being a part of this. This is going to be a great week. Thank you for listening to me this long. I know I go on and I get excited about things that not everybody's excited about, but I've lived this journey, and it started very young, and you have lived your journey, and you're part of this community too, and you're able to, and this community is able to influence where Lensbaby goes next. And I'm super excited about having you here and seeing where we go as a community. Thank you. Have a great conference.
Dreamy artistic images.
Emotive and soulful imagery.
That extra dimension and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
Se olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results.
Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscapes.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Morning Shoot Extraordinary Conference. We are here with our speaker, Robert Pugh, who is going to take us through an amazing adventure with Omni. First, I'm going to give him an opportunity to introduce himself. Robert, my friend, how are you today?
I'm brilliant, feeling good and very excited for getting this first convention on the go.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're super happy that you're here with us. Tell us a little bit about your background, Robert, for those of us who don't know.
Okay, well, I mean, normally it would probably take me an hour to explain my background, so I'm going to try and cram it into as fast as I can. So briefly, I'm an international wedding and portrait photographer. So the international, because I do travel all over the globe. My normal stomping ground is sort of Dominic and Cuba for weddings. A lot in the UK. My career basically started in the army. So I was a sniper in the army, did 8 years, came out, and I studied photography before I went into the forces. So it was a natural progression to go back into photography when I came out. Fell in love with weddings. I was a celebrity photographer, so that's where it all began for me. So the likes of X Factor here in the UK, that's what I did for 3 years on the trots, covering that. And then transitioned over to weddings. It suited my style. I'm very flamboyant. I like to create things. And also that's where kind of Lensbaby came into it as well. Because of their match for me with like the Omni and their lenses, it really suited my style of creating in camera. I do like to edit, but I like to get as much as I can right in camera. So I'm just going to show you my website. So if you do want to know a little bit more about me, you can head over there, browse, view, and have a read at some of the blogs.
Yeah, that's awesome, Robert. And I love the adventure of stepping into the things that you love in so many different ways, and then using Lensbaby as a way to further capture those things that, you know, really help you set yourself apart as a photographer. So that's really beautiful. Can't wait to see your course. You're going to show us your website here real quick. If you guys are interested before the class or after, make sure that you go check out Robert's website. We'll put a link in the description and in the comments for you.
So head over to, this is my website, the homepage, loads of information there. Head to the blog. We've got loads happening in the blog for you to read through and find out a bit more about me and how I use the Lensbaby lenses as well. So I'm just going to throw this screen back to Michael. There you go, Michael.
Yeah, of course. Thanks, Robert. And one final question for you. Can you give us a quick overview about what we're about to see in your course?
Oh, well, you know, what are you not going to see? So I'm going to basically, I've got it here, the Omni set. I carry it around with me everywhere. It lives in my camera bag. And I'm going to show you how to create different effects using the base kit. So we'll first have a look at what comes in the base kit. We'll have a look at the extras as well that you can add on. But I want to show you what you can do when you get this delivered straight out of the box. So we'll run through some really simple effects, but effective creative effects as well.
Brilliant, Robert. We can't wait. Shoot Extraordinary Conference. It's time. Getting ready right now. Grab your popcorn, grab some coffee. Robert Pugh, my friends.
Hi and welcome to my studio. So before we get started with the live shoot that's going to happen just behind me, I just want to talk to you about the Omni Creative Filter Kit. So I've got one here with me and we'll have a closer look at this before we start. But there is one important thing you're going to have to do before you purchase one, and that is go to your most used lenses and find out what the filter thread size is on the lens. I say that because there's two options when ordering one of these. You can either order it with a step down ring kit in a 49 to a 58 millimeter, or the second option of a 62 to an 82 millimeter. Now, as a rule of thumb, I would probably say that if you're an Olympus, Fuji, Panasonic shooter, then you're probably going to be ordering the 49 to the 58 millimeter because their lenses are a lot smaller. If you're a Sony, a Nikon, a Canon shooter, then you're probably going to be going for the 62 to 82 millimeters to cover your step down rings because your lenses are larger in that format. And that's really the only decision that you need to do. So moving on from that, the kit itself, awesome. I use it all the time. As a wedding and portrait photographer, I want to take my images to that next level, but I don't want to be spending hours in Photoshop editing away. I want my clients to see that effect there and then. So when I'm doing a wedding, I do that portrait shoot, I show them the back of the camera and they're like, wow, they can see the effect, their eyes widen up, they're so excited, and that gets my creative skills sort of flowing and more excited as well. But if I've got to just show them the back of the camera and then try and explain to them the effect that I'm going to do when I'm editing, they'll probably give you a bit of a confused look and think, well, you know, why that looks okay. That's why I love the Omni set, because it allows me to see that effect instantly in camera. It allows me, my creative skills to just flow out and basically create anything I want. Okay, so the kit itself comes in this lovely pouch, which I really like. There is these strips on the back. They're more for when you buy the expansion kit. So the expansion kits can stick onto the back so it keeps everything neat and tidy and all together. As you open it up, you've got two extension bars there, and then you've got the crystals or the wands that live in this little pocket, and then at the back you've got the disc. So the disc is what I would say is the Omni, and it helps create all the effects, because without this it just wouldn't work. We've got two magnets here. The magnets rotate around, and then on the back you've got the thread. So the actual disc itself is 77 millimeters, and if your lens is a 77 millimeter, this will just go straight onto your lens. You don't need any step down rings. But for me, my lens is 67 millimeters on the filter thread, so I have a step down ring to bring it down to that, from 77 to 67. And now it goes straight onto my lenses, so happy days there. Like I say, two magnets, and if we get an extension bar, I'll just pull one out. It just goes straight on there with magnets, and now it's like a knuckle, you know, we can move it all around and we're not limited to any direction we go. It can go anywhere you want. So say we get a wand out, so this is the kind of rainbow effect, or the light leaks I like to call it. And you can put this on, and now you can see the flexibility. We can actually maneuver this everywhere, and we can even move it around like so. Okay, you don't need to just stick with one. Now when I'm doing a wedding, I would probably say I've more got this on when I'm creating some portraits. The other favourite one that I like to use is the seahorse, so this crystal, and this crystal goes on there, and again I can just bring this in to create the effect that I want. I love this kind of crystally bokeh, the effect that you get with this. Now we are going to be demoing these two just in a moment, so you can see them happening. I am going to stick to just using the starter pack, the creative kit, so you can see exactly what this can do. And obviously you can expand on this as well. So there is, I've got two packs here, so let's just have a look. So this is the crystal expansion pack. And the crystal expansion pack comes with like the prism. We all used to carry a prism round, put it in front of the lens and hold it there as we maneuver it around. So I do love this as well. Really handy to use. I won't go through everything that's in the pack itself, so I'll just throw up on the screen there what is included in the crystal expansion pack, so you can see that. And then I've also got the flare expansion pack. So they all do come in these bags as well, and you can see that we can just velcro these together, and there you go. A nice easy carry around, and it's got all your stuff in one place. And in the flare, the difference with the flare is you can see how it flares out the crystals. The way I like to use this one, so I'll just demo on here. Let's just pull this one off and we'll pop this one on. So I like to use this where it's being pushed outwards from the lens like that, and you get this nice flare sort of coming through your image. So really handy and nice to use. And again, I'll pop up on the screen what crystals are included in the flare pack. So those are just two small examples of expansion packs. Obviously there's quite a few of them. I'll throw up again on the screen what expansion packs they are so you can see them. Another one of mine is the colour expansion pack, so very nice to use to add those different colours in. Brilliant for the summer where you want to add that boost of colour and that flare into your images as well. So without any further ado, let's head behind me over to the studio part and let's create some images. So I just want to do a sort of a recap of how we're going to shoot, okay? I could use flash, but I decided I'm going to use the ambient light around me because most people who's buying this kit, maybe they don't have flashes or fancy lights, so I'm going to just be using this ambient light that's all around. I will be putting one big light on over there. It's a constant light, and that is purely so you can see me working and the model working, because with video we have to light it to a certain degree so you can see what's going on. I am being lit with light here. The camera I'm going to use, so I'm a Sony shooter, so this would be my normal shooting camera. This is the Sony A9, and again it all fits on the front, no problem. But I want to show you how versatile the kit is and that it can work on any camera no matter what. So I'm actually going to be using what I class as my personal camera, what I take on holiday with me. So that is the Fuji X100V, okay? Probably thinking, wow, that's a bit Frankenstein. What is on that? Well, generically it's a 35mm, but I like to shoot in a 50mm, so I have the 50mm lens adapter on there to turn it into a 50mm. And then you can see that I can actually put the Omni on front of the adapter. So it just goes to show you, even if you've got a fixed focal length camera, you can still use the Omni on there, okay? And you can see it's all set up with the crystals on there and it's all ready to go. Now, I'm not going to edit any of these pictures. I'm going to take the image, and you can see the image comes straight up on the screen for you to see. So it's really important to know that I'm shooting in JPEG. I've put all my settings in to the camera, and then I've attached all the wands and the effects that I want in the image, and I'm going to take the image like that. We could edit it, we could stick it up there and mess around with it, but anyone that follows me, you know that I like to limit the amount of editing that I do. So my style of shooting is to shoot in a film-like style. So all my colours is towards hectare. So that's kind of the colour palette that I like. And that's why I like using this, because it allows me to create those light leak effects that we used to get in film many moons ago. So let's head over to the studio, let's start getting creative and let's see what we can do. Hello everyone, and welcome to the studio side of things. We've got my lovely wife here, so she's going to be our model for today. I just want to quickly talk about lighting. It is very well lit in here at the moment. That is purely because I've had to put a light here and 2 lights over there just to light us because of the filming purposes. So I want you to see me and what I'm doing. Treat this as we're only using the ambient light to take a picture of Lisa. And the reason I wanted to do that, we could have used flash, but I think using flash is the next step of creativity, and that's a whole nother video. So keeping it real, I think using ambient light, because the majority of you will be using this in your own home, using the ambient light in your own home. When you go outside, using that beautiful sun and getting really creative as well. Once you've mastered using ambient light, then it's time to move on to flash. I think throwing all that in the mix is a bit too much just to get you started. So let's keep our creative minds focused. We'll get creative with the Omni and this light that's around us at the moment. Well, I think let's get the camera, talk about the camera, and then we'll do our first picture so you can see it come up on the screen, and then we'll do a little breakdown and see what we've done with it. Okay, so for this I'm using the Fuji X100V, as I mentioned before. This camera is kind of what I say, it's my personal camera. It comes on holiday with me. It's small, it's compact. So it's a 35mm camera. That's the fixed lens, because it's a fixed lens. But you can buy adapters to it. I like to shoot 50mm, and I've actually got the adapter on to turn it into a 50mm lens. Great for portraits. The Omni, we've set it up with our step down ring. So it's actually got a 67mm step down ring. And again, when I mentioned before, the majority of my lenses are actually 67mm, which is brilliant because it means I just use one step down ring that goes across the board on all my lenses, and adapters as well. So we've put the ring on, or the disc if you like to call it that, and we've set it up with some very unique crystals. Now I've got the horseshoe on here, and I've actually got the prism on here as well. They both work really well together, and they give this really sort of, if I was to call it like a crystal bokeh-licious, okay, so that's going to be the word today, crystal bokeh-licious. And it's beautiful for framing someone if you're going to do a portrait session. I know we're doing it indoors and it isn't the most flattering background, it's just grey. The light source in here, I actually know what the colour temperature is in here. So the colour temperature in here is 5800 Kelvin. When you're outside, when you're setting up your camera, especially using things like this, I do think it's good to work in manual and to start understanding your Kelvin temperature. So that's your white balance, okay? Instead of using auto white balance, lock in your Kelvin. Outside, sunny day, 5800 Kelvin, beautiful, you get some lovely pictures, and it gives really nice skin tones as well. That's what I would generally do for my wedding portraits. I would work in manual, I would put the Kelvin in, create the effect in camera, so when I show the bride and groom, they're just, you know, their eyes open up, they get so excited on the images and they want to show all their family and friends. So let's do the first shot. We'll get it up on the screen and you can see. camera settings for this, everyone's going to ask me. So I'm at ISO 2000, I'm at 200th of a second, and I'm shooting at f2. When I'm doing portraits and I'm using the crystals, I find it's better to shoot at low apertures, and that way the crystals sort of blur into the image, but the subject is perfectly sharp. If you're shooting at f8, f16, then you tend to see the sort of the outline of the crystals come in. So that is one thing to know there. It's definitely better working at lower apertures when you are using this type of accessories. Okay, so obviously that would be different if you're doing macro and you're using them because of the 1:1 ratio, but for portraits I definitely say shoot at low apertures so the effect blends into the image. So let's get that first shot done and let's see what we get. Turn the camera on. I'm just going to come into there. Beautiful, nice. And we'll get that. Okay, cool. So let's have a look at that. There we go. So we can see that's up on the screen now. I'm looking at here at the back of the camera. Obviously it's exactly the same as what you're seeing. We've got that really nice effect on the left hand side, the top left hand side. This is the shoe horse crystal, and it's creating this like dapple like bokeh that's coming into the image. And then on the right hand side of the image you can see how I've basically got the crystal almost vertical there, and that's bringing in this sort of double reflection of Lisa, how it comes across, and we can play around with that. We can sort of move it around a bit. Colours really nice, again straight out of camera. I've just set up this camera how I like to shoot and my colour palette. And I would probably say, looking at this, there's actually nothing to edit. So we could just use that image, we could tweet it off, and it could be brilliant, amazing, everyone love it, get loads of likes and follows, hopefully. So let's just have a little play around with this. Now, of course, we've got live view going on, so you know I could just look at the back here. Now, what I like to do is just do a little twist to it and take the picture. So that'll come up on the screen and we can have a look. And it's just that little twist that I like to do. Now remember, we can, depending on your colour palette that you like, depends on, perfect, just there like that. That's a nice one, cool. So it depends on your colour palette, it depends on how you shoot. If you're like me, film's got this totally different look. Now with film, you always overexpose, so no matter the film speed you got, when you put it in your camera, you always overexposed. Now I take that onto the digital cameras, so because I do shoot in JPEG, I like to try and get everything 99% right in camera. And one of the things that I found with digital cameras is even when you get the exposure correct, you know, it's in that center on the 0, digital cameras tend to underexpose the image ever so slightly. It's like this safeguard they've put in where if it overexposes, it ruins the image. So they put this little safeguard in where it always underexposes ever so slightly. And that's what I found. So I always like to overexpose just a touch to get that image I want. So, and again, the last image that come up, and I'm going to show you on the back of the camera so you can see that. There we go. Well, if it focuses, which it's probably not going to because it's focused on Lisa. So the camera that I'm filming on, it's got eye detection, and it's actually focusing on Lisa's eye, so it's staying focused on her no matter what. But it's up on the screen so you can see it there. That's straight out of camera. Now, a beautiful picture. We've got some lovely bokeh coming on. Imagine that outside when you've got the browns and greens and the yellows coming in from the flowers and the trees. So imagine all that coming into it, because don't forget these are crystals. So because they're translucent, because you can see through them, it will bring the colour in whatever is in its surrounding. Okay, so great thing to have a look at. And of course, the image will change where the camera's positioned. So for instance, now if it's up like vertical, the light's coming in and hitting the crystals at different angles. So I can move this crystal ever so slightly across to there maybe, or I can bring it in closer, say to there. And you can see how I've just moved the prism across. We'll just have a little look, and now that's just broadened across and we're getting that reflection coming in. And we'll just move this again so we can get a different effect from it again. Best thing with mirrorless cameras, we get this live view. So every bit of movement we do, we get to see instantly. And again, I'm just going to bring it in there and take that picture. So we see that come up again, really nice. You can see how I've moved it basically vertical now, the prism. But I'm shooting the camera in its portrait orientation, you know, it's vertical orientation. So if we went to landscape orientation, yeah, and we took a picture, the crystals and the horseshoe are in totally different places. So it's going to do another effect. I mean, I could just maneuver them all around and change the effect, but let's see what it does. Hey, you know, it costs nothing. It's digital. It's free to do. Let's get creative, okay? So again, I'm just going to do a little tap on there. Have a look. I'm just going to dial that down ever so there. Perfect. You'll see that coming in. I'm going to do that as well. Perfect. Okay, so did you see that? That's come up on screen. Again, a total different look. The streaks coming down. A little bit too bright, so let's just change that ever so slightly. We can do that on here. We're going to change it. There, perfect, nice. Perfect, get that coming in, really dreamy look coming on. See them coming up. Nice. And there. See how when I move, I'm just going to come down and you can see the reflection change above Lisa's head. So there. So a couple of images come up there. Okay, totally different look, how it's all streaking in. We can improve on that slightly, and again, it's all to do with, so this shot, just drop it down a little bit, perfect. Nice, moving into the corner there. And let's have a look at that. So that's up on the screen there. And all we've done is we've moved her into the corner to bring that in. So you can see a little black mark up on the corner, and that is this here. So let's move that out of the way. Let's get rid of that. We'll move this across a bit. We'll move it down slightly. So manoeuvring the crystal to where I want it. I'm going to put Lisa in the corner there. I'm going to, perfect, nice. I'm going to move back slightly and get her there, nice. Okay, cool, yeah, I like it. So some really wicked effects like shining in there. Again, we can change this up even more. So this, let's bring it across and have it vertical. Now we need to look in and we'll bring that in. And I'm just going to add it in ever so slightly, just to there. And just bring Lisa's there. Okay. Okay, perfect. So we've moved it over to the other side. So you can see how creative you can get with this. So that's with obviously the crystal. I do like the crystal, one of my favourite ones. Now this is a smaller crystal. This is a great way of experimenting. Your favourite ones, have them lined up and just see which effect that you prefer. I'm going to put this on and I'll show you the difference from this as well. The wands are great for really blending in and pushing. Let's see if we can push that over to there. Nice. Get this lightly coming all the way across. And bring it, Lisa, down, nice and sharp. Brilliant. You see these coming up? Nice. And you see how the wand is pushing it across the top. It's coming along the top there. We've got this massive sort of streak of light coming across. Now, if that was outside, again, the translucent, so you would have whatever's outside all coming across. There's a great way of creating a puddle with one of these, so I will show you that on the last stage we do. But let's see if we can change it to one more. So we'll take this off. This is the wavy line, okay, love this one. Now, this is probably one of my favourite things about this system. The magnets, how fast it is to change. Could you imagine in, you know, your editing software and you're trying to figure out, you know, the look or the feel that you want to do? Is where if you're physically there and you have a pocket full of these adapters, just by pulling it out, popping it on, and you can maneuver it around and get that amazing effect that you couldn't actually create on a computer, because the effect, not only is it dependent on which crystal you use or wand you use, but it's also dependent on the environment that's around you and the colours that are around you as well. So let's have a go with this one. Let's see what we can do. So as I was saying before, because of new cameras being, you know, the digital era and what you see is what you get, we have this brilliant function where as soon as we look through, we get the effect. So I've just tapped the button there, so we'll throw that image up so you can see. Even if Lisa was blinking or eyes closed, we'll throw it up. But as soon as I'm looking through, without even taking a picture, I can see the effect coming in. And we can maneuver this one. I want this coming over the head to match kind of that shoe horse coming in and bringing the effect in there. And, you know, I mean, it's just perfect there. Nice, take that. And this is what I love about this, by bringing it in, we'll move it out and across. We'll get that there. Perfect. Cool. It's like Christmas, you know, all that glitter and, oh, that's it. Yeah, we'll get that. Perfect. Nice. You know, all that sort of bokeh coming in, all that glittery. glittery coming in. I can see I've just pushed this black part again into the corner there. So let's maneuver that out now. Let's fix the problem. There we go, there. Cool, perfect, nice. And we'll do another one, nice, like that, cool. Now, what we can do, do one like that as well. So you can see the last two images, how we could change it from portrait to landscape instantly, but it gave a totally different look, and how the different ones and the different crystals gives an absolute complete different look. So one last one. So this is what I call the rainbow effect. So let's just pop this on and let's see what we can get from this. So I like this one for its kind of rainbow. There we go. Perfect. Bring that in. Let's see if we can get, oh, look at that, that's magical there. We'll have that. And look at the rainbow colours really coming in there. That's film. To me, that's a light leaks from a camera that's coming in. That really is. That really simulates when the light leaks are happening from those old cameras and using film, and you're getting them all come in. You just can't create that with digital cameras nowadays. You have to create it normally in Photoshop to get that look. So to be able to just carry this, pop it on, and if you are that kind of vintage shooter, if you love film and you edit towards film and you think, you know what, this image, it would really suit that kind of light leak rainbow coming into it, then wow, you know, pop it on, take the picture, your basically job's done. You've saved yourself so much time in editing. So I hope this has been really informative for you. I hope you've got a better understanding now on how the Omni system works, how you can benefit from it, and just how your creative skills can just grow just by using this Omni system when you're out and about.
Dreamy artistic images.
Emotive and soulful imagery.
That extra dimension and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
Se olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results. Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscapes.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Poetic, oniric look.
Something extraordinary.
Hey, welcome back, Shoot Extraordinary Conference. Robert, my friend, great content. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm really good. It's getting into the evening here, but I'm still loads of energy, and I've been looking at everyone's questions, so I can answer a couple of them straight off the bat. And apologies to everyone for the images being so fast. I was just trying to get all the images up as I was shooting. I'm going to do a screen share so I can show you the images as well, and we can take a bit of time through there. Have you got anything to say, Michael, before I just answer a couple of these questions off the bat?
Robert, you know me, I always have something to say. No, it was a beautiful presentation. I think a round of applause for Lisa. I mean, that is not an easy job to sit there and be a subject, though I'm sure through the years that is not the first time. And I would like to say, everyone watching, thank you so much for participating. We're seeing what you're writing on Facebook and YouTube. Do us a favor, hit the like button, share the video, tag your friends. Let's help spread the word on this conference. And please hit a like as a way of giving a round of applause here for Robert for an amazing presentation. Robert, yes, I want to dive into these photos a little bit more in depth with you, kind of go through the detail here for a few minutes. But as we're doing that, conference, Shoot Extraordinary Conference. If you have questions, please leave them in the comments. We're going to grab a couple of them here. But Robert, what I would love to see here is your favorite image from the shoot that you had with Lisa, and that way we can break it down just a little bit more.
Cool. Yeah. Before I share my screen, I am going to just answer a couple of quick ones.
Absolutely.
So, Lisa obviously isn't a model, and she does cringe when I drag her in to do the photo. So thanks to everyone for saying how brilliant she did. A couple of people was asking obviously about the camera and the lens and the setup, the close-up shots of how it was all put together. So I'm using the Fuji X100V. The lens, it's actually a 35mm fixed focal length, and I've got the adapter that Fuji sells. So this is a 50mm adapter, and it's a 67mm filter thread on there, so I can put the disc straight on and then obviously put the arrangements of how I want the effects. So this is how it was basically set up. You can see there a lot of people have been asking for the setup. That's how I've set the prism up and the seahorse up on there. And I'll just give you a little side view so you can see it's all set up there, okay? And as I was mentioned before, someone was asking about the aperture. I was actually shooting at f2. If you shoot at, you know, like a wide open, as they call it, f2, then everything kind of blends in and you get that lovely sort of bokeh-licious effect that we was calling it. So hopefully that's answered a couple of the questions that came up there. I'm going to see if I can share my screen as well, and then we'll get some of the images up on the screen, and then we can have a look at them and go through. So let's hope this all works and we can share the screen. Okay.
Yeah, as you know, if you're watching live, you know we ran into some technical difficulties this morning, and you know that's a part of this. We learn, we try things, and we discover new things. So yeah, let me hear. I see your screen is live. I'm going to add this to the stream, and then Robert, we're gonna let's do it that way. There we go. So this was a really beautiful image, and you can see here so much bokeh, so much effect, but still like that tack sharp focus, right? One of the questions that we had in the chat was, Robert, can you use Omni with autofocus lenses?
Oh yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, so the Fuji I'm using, it's actually an autofocus, you know, camera. So I wasn't manually focusing on these. I was actually using the eye detection that's built into the camera. So if you're like a, you know, I think now the majority of cameras, autofocus lenses, they have eye detection, and that's what I was using. So I was getting bang on focus onto the eye. Good old Lisa, she was rubbing her eye there, so we knew she had a bit of a red eye to start with, but it was locking straight onto her eye, so we're getting that lovely effect. And it means the Omni system is so versatile because it can go on, you know, not only your autofocus lenses, but it can go onto your manual lenses as well. You can use it on, it doesn't make a matter about the make of the lens using, whether it's you know, a Sony, a Nikon, a Canon lens, it will go onto there. And of course, you can even put it onto Lensbaby lenses. So you can be as creative as you want with it. So I'm going to flick to a couple of images as me and Michael talk.
Yeah, and as you're doing that, we had a great question from Melissa. She said, Robert, do you have a favorite Omni wand that is your go-to?
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. So I've got my little pack over here, and I have to pull it out. It's the rainbow effect. I mean, I love this effect, and I probably use it on the majority of my weddings when I'm actually doing a shoot. It's either the rainbow or the actual seahorse that's actually attached to the front of that lens there. So those are the two that I use the most. But you know what? There's every scenario just brings a different effect. If it's a really sunny day, then sometimes I like putting the crystals in and creating those flares coming across. And I'll show you when we get to the end of these images, that one where we can see that rainbow effect come in. Now, my style of shooting, if you go to my website, if you look at my pictures, I do favor film a lot, and my whole editing process is towards the film look. So that's why my customers come to me. So if I can create that kind of that light leak effect in camera, then that's just made my job so much easier, and that is what the rainbow wand will do.
Yeah, and so much of this is about getting it in camera. And, you know, as you're on set or as you're in studio, getting it right the first time is way more effective and efficient than doing it in post. Can you kind of quickly, before we dive into one of these photos, just tell me, what is your mindset when you're throwing Omni on your camera to step into a live shoot?
What is my, so basically when I take say a normal picture, I say I'm taking a picture of a bride, and yeah, do you know what, I love that standard picture, but my mind's always thinking about how can I change this? How can I differ myself from all the other photographers? How can I create a look what they can't recreate? Because everyone's trying to create it in Photoshop and they can't just get it matching my style. So that is what I'm always thinking. And when I bring out the good old faithful and put it on, you know, every time you put it on and you see that kind of rainbow light leak coming in, my heart just starts beating. I get so excited. And then when I go over to the customer and I show the customer, and they're so excited and they're going telling all their guests, oh, you know, I've just seen the picture, it's amazing. And that just, it kind of gets my juices flowing throughout the whole day of that wedding. And I just get super excited that I want to get back and start looking at these pictures.
Yeah, that's amazing. So let's take a couple minutes here and just break down not only kind of the angle that you were shooting with, but the reason why you had the wands in a specific position.
So yeah, let's go to the end here. So this is the light leak one that I was showing you, and one of the things that I always tell people when you're doing a landscape, you know, portrait, if you turn it to a portrait orientation, it totally changes the look, and that's because the light will be hitting the crystals in different directions. So I would always recommend, if you start off doing a sort of your cameras in landscape orientation, always turn it to portrait orientation as well and take another picture, because light will pass through in a different direction and you'll get totally different looks. And that's what happened with this. When we put it into a portrait orientation, we was getting totally different looks. The light from the top of my ceiling was hitting the crystals and was getting this lovely rainbow effect. So yeah, that was kind of my look with this. I always want my subject sharp, but then the outer edges, I always want this. And do you know what? I've called Bokeh-licious for so long now. I love this kind of creamy Bokeh-licious coming around all the edges. And that's the effect that I was wanting to create here. Now you can see all I've done, looking at this image, the crystals haven't changed position. They're in the same position. But because I've gone from portrait to landscape, it's giving a total different look. And that is purely because the way the light is coming through the crystals. And the same here.
That's such a great point too, Robert, and something that I don't think people often think about is just that little bit of a turn can make a huge difference, even though you've not changed the Omni at all.
Yeah, and sometimes I think people get a little bit too focused on, because it's got magnets and knuckles and we can move it all around on the camera. Sometimes you don't need to. It's just a case of you've set it up for the first shot. It's worked really well. You've nailed that shot. But just by tilting the camera a little bit, or just turning it, or even moving your position slightly, light will go through the crystals in a different direction, and you will get this totally different shot. So, and hey, let's face it, you know, digital now, so we can take as many pictures as we want. It's free. It doesn't cost us any money. So we might as well just shoot away and enjoy it.
So true. We have to experiment, experiment, experiment. Robert, my friend, we could talk to you all day. We're starting to run out of time, but I think this is a really important question as we head off. Can you tell us, if you're grabbing Omni, you're using this for the first time, what is the #1 piece of advice that you could give us?
The #1 piece of advice is don't worry, be creative. If you mess up, it's fine. Half of what we do is doing the wrong shot, but getting the right shot. A lot of the time when I put the rainbow on, I take the first shot, not intentional for where I even needed to put it, but that turns out to be one of the best shots. So don't delete any of your pictures from inside your camera, because when we look at these small tiny screens on the back of the camera, it can be deceiving. We may think, you know, that's out of focus, or that's not the right shot. But then we get back and we look at it on our big computer screens, and it's like, wow, I'm so glad I didn't delete that. So my advice, don't delete your images in the camera. Wait until you see them on the big screen and then make a decision from there. Just focus on being creative when you're out using the Omni and your camera.
Great, great points, Robert. I want to say thank you so much, first and foremost, for being here and being a part of this Shoot Extraordinary Conference. Thank you guys so much. Please like the video, share it, tell a friend, leave a comment for Robert, check him out on social media, and we'll see you guys after a very short break for our next class. Thanks, Robert. We'll see you soon.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for joining.
Hey, what's up, Shoot Extraordinary Conference? We are here doing it, having an amazing day, so much learning, so much education, and we're getting ready to start with our next course right now. But first, I wanted to take a moment and introduce our speaker, Annabelle. Annabelle, how are you, my friend?
I am good. How are you? So excited for this.
Yes, I'm great. I'm super excited too. So tell me, as we start to head into today's course, what inspired you to first start using Lensbaby?
I wanted a way to be able to get unique effects and unique kinds of images without having to rely on post-processing such as Photoshop. And Lensbaby allows you to create a lot of those effects directly in camera.
Yeah, and that's one of the best things about the tools that we offer. But I'm so curious, if I just go one level deeper real quick,
Yeah.
Why was that important to you?
It's because I wanted my work to stand out from the wide array of other photographers. I mean, we all love the community that we foster, but we want our work to be able to stand out and be unique to us. And the Lensbaby products, especially the Omni filter, which is what I'm going to be teaching on, allows you to do just that.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm so excited for your course. Can you kind of give us a high-level overview of what we're going to see?
Absolutely. So I'm going to talk about how to implement that Lensbaby Omni filter for commercial work. I am versed as a music photographer and I create promotional images for musicians, and I use the Omni filter to create the storytelling images that then end up being on the band's posters, tour posters, album covers, and a lot more.
That's awesome. I don't know about you guys, Shoot Extraordinary Conference, but I'm super excited. Annabelle, thank you so much for your time and for being here. And we'll see you guys in the Q&A right after the course.
Hi there, my name is Annabelle D. Flux. I've been a professional photographer in the sunny state of California for over 11 years. Although my work spans a variety of genres, one of my absolute favorites is commercial music photography, which leads me to this amazing location in California and this webinar, How to Use the Lensbaby Omni Filter for Your Commercial Work. I'll be taking you behind the scenes of my photo shoot with musician Michael Rod, guitarist for Los Angeles-based band Fira and Las Vegas-based bands Dirt Halo and Danger Love. And he's going to help bring some of the concepts to life. We're going to snap some promotional images of him using the Lensbaby Omni and my Sigma 35mm f1.2 lens. But to take it from the top, the Omni is a product from Lensbaby that transforms any optic that you currently own. It's a filter system that screws on to the front of your lens element and creates brand new effects out of what you already have. The system is based on magnets. These wand holders act magnetized to the ring. The effect itself happens via these wands. Some have crystals, some have gels, some have little pieces of plastic, and all of them are intended to create new types of images in, once more, whatever lens you currently have. This is similar to photographers holding prisms and shooting through them, but instead of losing a hand, because you end up having to use one hand to hold the prism and then the other hand to balance both the lens and the camera, this system helps hold everything for you. Equally, what I love about this system is that you are able to retain all of the optical integrity and characteristics of the lens, such as sharpness and color, because none of that is actually changed. So, how does this fancy artsy device actually fit in with commercial work? Well, commercial photography is defined as photography that aims at selling or advertising a product or service. That being said, there is so much more to commercial photography than just selling a product. In this day and age, you're promoting a story and a feeling as much as you are the product itself. Take a gander at businesses that promote a lifestyle as much as they do whatever they're selling. Taking a page from cinematic books, we can create this story visually. This right there is actually where the Omni system excels. You see, by adding these types of effects, you can further promote a feeling or an idea, and you can really set a grand mood depending on what wands you choose and how. I think the best implementation of this is actually in music photography, as well as some other commercial niches such as fashion that are heavily oriented on telling a story. Now let's bounce back to why we're actually here. Music photography is a form of commercial photography, as these images are taken in order to promote the band to its audience and potential audience. The images are just as important as the music itself, as they add a visual component to the sound. As well, first impressions are often made based on aesthetics. It's easier for us to look at a photograph scrolling through social media than to turn the volume on and listen to a song. As photographers, our goal is to make sure that any commercial shots we do entices the viewer to then engage with the product. In this case, we want to encourage the viewer to turn the volume on and listen to the music. Whenever I get a band in front of my lens, we always take two different types of images. I'm sure they have an official name to them, but the way that I define the two are industry shots and story shots. Industry images are the ones that, well, industry professionals are looking for. They're the photographs used by record labels, managers, PR agents, distribution companies, etc., etc. These are your basic in-the-box shots of the band or musician on a plain background with all focus solely on your subject. It's kind of a base image, so to speak. Everyone needs them and we can't avoid them. The second type of image is actually my personal favorite whenever I have a band in front of my lens, the story shots. This is where the Omni gets some use. The story images actually tell the fans who the band is. These are the artsy shots. These are the ones that tell you about the music. You can get creative here, and it's highly encouraged to think outside of the box. We were in the box with the industry shots, and now we're out of the box with the story shots. The use of these wands is what can bring a lot of visual interest to your commercial work. Some of the effects are very subtle, which helps you focus on the main event, the subject itself, while others are more intense and can help lead the viewer's eye around the frame. What you choose to use, or the combination, will impact the mood greatly. For example, the flare expansion is one I love to use for band shots that need some warmth or light leaks in it, while the prism or other such crystals I throw on when I want to create reflections and express a principle in doing so. But for commercial work, everything really does boil down to your client's wishes. As such, in order to use this, you're probably going to want to create a pitch with the Omni system. My advice? Sell the experience of it. Firstly, I suggest creating a pitch packet with sample images of the Omni in use. Lots of samples. You have to remember that you're likely chatting with someone who isn't a photographer or who may not be a visually creative person. So this is where you show them plenty of visual examples to plant the idea in their head. I have samples of all the wands used so they can really understand what is possible. While showing them each wand and its use, begin to explain what type of mood or style that wand can set. Of course, post-processing and the way that you impact colors will change the mood itself, but the effect that the Omni produces can really enlighten or essentially heighten that. For example, I like using the wands with rougher edges to frame my subjects and really lead the eye to my subject directly. The Omni system itself is an experience to use. I always have my clients scratching their heads as to what this system actually is and then being pleasantly enthused when they watch me use it. You really should push on this because being behind a lens, or in this case, in front of a lens for your subject is an experience, and part of what they pay for is the experience of a photo shoot. I love showing my clients what the Omni is and how it works because the actual process of setting it up and using it, along with showing plenty of back of the camera previews, gets them excited. Quickest way to land the Omni into their heart. Although the Omni is an artsy system that demands experimentation, don't go into a commercial photo shoot blind. The last thing you want is to be scrambling in front of your client, or even worse, unsure of what exactly you've been hired to do. Develop a game plan based on the band's wishes, the location you're shooting in, and the lighting at play. That way, the light hits these wands will really impact the effect, which is why playing with each tool at home is so important. Experiment on anything that you have. I often use my dog as a tester for these, believe it or not. You want to be so well versed in this system that you know each wand like the back of your hand. Practicing in your spare time also helps teach you how to translate ideas over to your commercial work. How I get into my game plan starts with the actual consultation. I will listen to a song or two and ask my client what they see visually as a result of their music. I will then start to build on what wand to use because I know that certain wands are better associated with certain moods than others. Some soften images while others give them a prominent effect. I tend to use the ones that create rainbows with my pop music clients and the ones that create reflections with my psychedelic artists. Now, if we steal a few ideas from movies and how they tell stories, then we can create similar concepts with the Omni. For example, dreamlike states in film are often displayed as very shallow depths of field, with almost wave-like blur and distortion passing over your subject. The Omni can create this for you, albeit in a still sense rather than a moving picture. Think about what these stories shows and intend to express, and use the Omni to do just that. Hey everyone, so I've brought you on location to show you how I'm actually using the Omni system in an actual musician photo shoot with Mr. Michael Rod here. He is the guitarist for Los Angeles-based band Fira and two Las Vegas-based bands called Danger Love and Dirt Halo. So we've now switched to lens view so you're able to see what my lens is doing. I am using these particular wands right now just because I do like the effect and the way that they're catching the light as we are shooting in the golden hour. Here's the other one. So what I'm doing is I'm strategically placing them around his face just to make sure that the face is not blocked. Same with the guitar, to make sure the guitar is not blocked. Because you do want to make sure that that is always clearly visible. So what I am doing with the wands is I'm actually adjusting the background and altering how the background looks rather than how my subject looks. So we're going to take a few shots and see how they come out. Perfect. Lean towards me just a little bit. Excellent. Nicely done. Keep following me. Perfect. And look up. Excellent. And as I change position, I am adjusting how I do the wands. Perfect. Just hold that one more moment. There we go. Just to frame him nicely and get rid of some of the background elements that I do not want featured. Excellent. Perfect. So as the sun is setting, I am going to pick out a different wand because each one does have a different effect to the way that the light looks. And I had already predicted this because we are shooting during the golden hour, which means the light is changing very, very quickly. So I'm going to use this one, which creates a really cool little rainbow holographic. It'll really play with the light that we have right now and capture a lot of visual interest. So I'm just going to go ahead, slap that one on, as you can see. And the other one that I want to use is this one because of the edge. It actually gives me a really good linear line to lead the audience's eye towards my subject. Again, making sure that we don't block off the face or the guitar. All we're doing is we're creating leading lines to make sure that the audience looks in the exact spot we want them to. So we've now switched back to the position we were in. I've adjusted all of the wands. I've put them on the edges of the frame once more to make sure that our subject is nice and clear. And what we're doing is we're heavily modifying the background here. And again, with the light and the way that it is going, it is catching so beautifully. I'm gonna go ahead and start. At the moment, my aperture is at an f2 because it allows the wands to really show through without actually advertising their shape. And again, I am using a 35mm lens, which is catching quite a bit of the background, which is exactly what I had wanted, while showcasing the wands in use. Perfect. Excellent. Just switch sideways. There we go. Perfect. We're gonna switch back. Can you point the guitar at me? Yes. Perfect. Excellent. Just a little bit lower. Nice. Perfect. As he's doing that, I am bringing the wands just a little bit closer. There we go. Pushing this one just a little bit right there. Excellent. Nicely done. Now let's see how these wands react to a totally different lighting situation. We're actually going to turn this way. Perfect. Excellent. Take this little rainbow prism, pull it this way. Perfect. Little bit lower. Nice. We're getting a nice little light leak going on there. Take this, pull it right down this way. Pull this back up. There we go. Perfect. Nicely done. Excellent. Now I'm going to take this one away, and the awesome thing is that you can just pull it right out of the frame. You don't need to constantly change it. I'm actually going to turn you this way. Right there. Yes. Perfect. Let's get that nice halo going through. Yeah, right there. Perfect. Very nice. Excellent. And now we're going to do one more wand configuration, and we should be pretty golden on this shoot. So we're going to do one more set now that the light once more is quite different than it was before. So I'm actually going to use this panel right here. Just going to attach it right on to my lens and use my favorite little squiggles, these little squiggles right here. So what I'm actually doing with these wands is I'm enhancing the depth of field. We're currently shooting at 1.2, so it is extremely shallow, and I actually want a little bit of a more dreamlike shot. So therefore we are framing the composition with these two wands, which is causing a distortion in the depth of field, making it look significantly more dreamlike than it did before. This is excellent for portrait work. I really do love using it for such. Excellent. Gonna make you look over your shoulder that way. Perfect. Excellent. Do you want to throw the guitar over your shoulder?
Which way?
This way. Yeah, you can take the strap off. That would probably help. Yep. Perfect. I'm gonna readjust the wand now that we've readjusted our composition. Perfect. It's causing a pretty funky little distortion right there. Little effect. There we go. Perfect. Adjust this a little bit. Plop this up at the top. Plop this down a little bit lower. There we go. Excellent. Perfect, just a few more. Nicely done. Look back at your guitar. Nice. Back at me. Excellent. We're just adjusting the lighting one more time. So I'm going to have you turn towards me. Yep, right there. Let's see if we can catch reflection from the back. Perfect. Just this, a little bit more this way. And turn a little bit more that way. Yes. Perfect. That looks really nice. And we got it. Now that we've concluded the photo shoot, let's chat about what we captured. This first image was facing the right side of the dam, and I found the background a bit overwhelming in comparison to our subject, Michael. As such, I thought it would be cool to add one of the crystals to the viewer's left side of the image, which also helped expand some of the cool lines we see in the background. I don't know what those lines are, but I think it's the architecture where the river flows. But in either case, extending those lines added a nice subtle texture that softens that side of the frame, but doesn't make it boring. By doing so, we added a lot of visual weight to that side, so we needed to balance it out on the other side. That's kind of how composition works. It's balancing both sides and balancing essentially the negative space to ensure that the viewer looks at our subject, Michael in this case. With the sun coming close to hiding in the horizon at this point, since this is from the last kind of BTS shot that you've seen, I helped extend some of the light flares by adding one of the flare expansion crystals to the top of the frame. I loved how it looked to bring all of that light down, and it really complements the lighting in his hair in my opinion. Now, all of these images we captured would be the story shots that I talked about earlier. This one adds a bit of a softer rock and roll look, balancing out the color palette with the Omni system. Now, whenever I edit images, I'm also trying to color grade in a way that really complements the effects that I utilize. Now, moving on to the next image, you can see that I added a little bit of a rainbow effect by using the rainbow film wand. I decided to use this wand because of the graffiti and artwork on the dam itself. It enhanced the mood that was already present there. The extremely shallow depth of field here, shot at my favorite aperture of f1.2, caused the Omni wands to become a part of the depth of field itself. The wand used on the other side of the frame was simply to balance it out. Now, if you wanted the wand to be more prevalent, you would raise your aperture to something higher than f1.2. I find that an f2.8 is a great point to use with the Omni wands when you want them to be very clearly visible. Moving on, for this shot, I actually wanted to create an almost halo-like effect around Michael, specifically around his hand on the guitar. This really emphasizes his composition in the center of the frame and ensures that the audience's eye travels solely around the subject here. You can interpret this halo effect in any way you wish. That's the beauty of the Omni system. You can be just vague enough for your audience to create the tale themselves. Now, once more, on the topic of composition, really our goals as photographers is to almost train our audience to look at an image in the specific way we want them to look at it. As such, we use compositional elements to lead the audience's eye to the subject or away from the subject, around the frame, or locking onto a subject. Now, jumping to the next shot that I decided to include, with the close portrait we captured in the next frame, we played on the idea of a dreamlike state. Remember how I mentioned that some of the concepts I take are from film? Well, movies that try to emphasize this feeling play with haze, depth of field, and various types of blurs. We really push that idea here. Although all of the images you see are shot at the same aperture of f1.2, notice how the depth of field appears even more shallow here than it did in the other shots. That's because of Michael's proximity to myself and his proximity to the background. You see, when you focus your camera on a subject, it establishes a focus plane. To get your subject in focus, it has to be on the focus plane, right? Now, these focus planes are imaginary horizontal or vertical lines. Anything that stands on the imaginary line will be in focus, and anything not on the line will be out of focus. This also applies to the intensity of the depth of field. The further background elements are from your focus line, the more they will cream away into a bokeh. The crystals actually have the same phenomena happening to them. If you push the wands closer to the glass, they will become far fuzzier than if you were to pull them a bit further from the lens, something to certainly play with in the future. In the final image, all we did here was use the crystals to keep helping the audience travel around the frame. I feel this shot showcases my favorite aspect of utilizing the system, which is that the integrity of the lens is untouched. All of the features of your lens of choice stays intact, such as the focal length, in this case the 35mm length, sharpness, clarity, colors, and more. The Omni quite literally makes a Lensbaby out of what you already have. Now, to take the Omni system beyond that of music and fashion, you can use it on any commercial work you desire. The Omni doesn't have to be exclusive to photographs of people. Product photography can also benefit from a bit of an editorial spin. In layman terms, editorial photography pertains to photographs that illustrate a story. This can be solely visual or can be accompanied by text that expresses what is happening in the image. You can add a visual interest to your product photography with the various Omni wands and still ensure that the viewer is enthralled with your product. In conclusion, the Omni can become your commercial photography's best friend. Once you express the cool, unique, and out-of-the-box thinking to your client, you'll find yourself using crystal wands and film strips all over the place.
Dreamy artistic images.
Emotive and soulful imagery.
That extra definition and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
Se olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results. Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscapes.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Poetic, oniric look.
Something extraordinary.
Wow, Annabelle, amazing presentation. How are you today, my friend?
I am good. Thank you so much to everyone for watching.
Yeah, it was awesome. Love seeing you shooting live. Love seeing the after effects. Like, makes me want to take this guitar, come out there and hang out and get my portraits done.
You should come on over.
I'm on my way, I promise. It was awesome. Thank you so much. Shoot Extraordinary Conference. I hope that you guys are finding immense amount of value in this. Do us a favor, please. If you liked this, please hit that like button, share, comment. And if you have a question for Annabelle, now is the time. Please leave a question in the comments below, and we will spend a few minutes here answering them. First and foremost, Annabelle, I want to say, like, amazing work, right? And Omni is such this great tool, especially when you're stepping into commercial work for so many reasons. Like you said, it really helps you differentiate yourself from the crowd. What I'm so curious about is, where's your mindset when you're stepping into a shoot with Omni?
Honestly, it's about being able to tell the story that the client wants to tell, because as I mentioned, a lot of commercial photography now is stepping into the world of storytelling, is stepping into the world of creating kind of a world that surrounds that product. And I just use the Omni to be able to kind of create that atmosphere and create that aesthetic that the commercial client wants.
Yeah, and so much of that, but you know, I think often, especially if people aren't familiar with commercial work, a lot of it is you show up on set, someone tells you what to do, and you go and do that thing. So how do you integrate being creative and using your creative talents as a photographer to kind of get those shots that ultimately, I think, as you know, become the ones that we love and most often our clients do as well?
Absolutely. So although you kind of step on set blind, so to speak, because they kind of throw you into a situation, I do have a consultation prior asking about specifically what that client wants to create, specifically what kind of story they want to tell, and what kind of feeling they want to kind of evoke in those images. And through my knowledge of what the wands can do, I then carefully select the wand that will help exhibit what they want the most. as well as that it's also lighting dependent, because some of the photos in the presentation were studio photos, in which case I was able to manipulate that light in order to get very specific kinds of effects from the Omni wands, versus the outdoor, in which I'm just working with the light that is available and constantly twisting and changing those Omni wands in order to reflect the light properly.
Yeah, and I want to read this from Joan. Well presented, Annabelle. Enjoy how you take the photos and tell a story. Couldn't agree more. And that kind of leads into my next question is, we look at photos as being in studio or on set or outside. Do you have a preference? And if so, how do you leverage that with Omni?
To be honest, I don't have a preference, and that's because the experience really is so different between the two. In studio work, what I really like is being able to be in full control of absolutely every aspect. So therefore, whatever image I have in my head will 100% be able to translate because I'm the one in control of the lighting. However, there's a lot of excitement working outdoors because you can't control where the sun is or how it moves, nor can you really control that environment. The spontaneous nature sometimes is what produces the best photos.
Yeah, that's so true. And, you know, it's kind of one of the things that I've discovered, and you might agree with this, is just being a photographer is you have to be able to adjust on the fly. And being outside experiences and shoots, like that holds true more so than ever. And I know we're going to look at a couple of your photos. If you want to cue those up real quick, I want to share this with you. Another amazing comment here from Arturo. Lots of value. Thank you for your presentation. Amazing work. And so we're going to jump in here. I know that we're working through this live. There's a little share button at the bottom of your screen. You hit that guy. Yep. And then I will bring your screen up and we're going to take a dive in. I love this photo. I think that when you can capture something so simply, but so effectively and also so different, it really makes you stand out. Can you talk about just the setup of this photo, what you're going through, what was on your mind, and ultimately the execution of it?
Absolutely. So this photo was taken a wee bit ago when we were kind of out in public. We were just walking around North Hollywood looking for cool spots. And there's this one building there that has a completely black concrete wall, which I thought would be a really cool backdrop for this musician. His name is Kevin Thrasher, and he plays in a band called Escape the Fate. But of course, just the subject on a black wall might be not as interesting as it could be. So I actually took the two wands that have those kind of rougher edges on them in order to frame that shot. There's a more triangular one that has a rough edge, and then there's kind of a squiggly one that has a rough edge. And since I was shooting at an extremely shallow depth of field at about 35 millimeters here, it allowed everything that was closest to the glass to completely blur out. So it created these cool kind of round effects. You can really see how the depth of field in that particular lens works, and you can really see the circular blades there, and that created this nice little framing on my subject.
What, and we've spoke about this a couple times, what aperture are you shooting at here?
I am absolutely obsessed with wide aperture. So I believe this was probably shot at 1.8 or so, but my absolute favorite is 1.2, which I know tends to be a little more shallow than most people like to go. But I really love what it does to the Omni wands, because the way that it blurs everything away really creates this gorgeous, gorgeous atmosphere to it.
Yeah, and that kind of translates into this next question that we have from Monica. Do you use live mode to compose your shots?
I do not. I do everything through the viewfinder, depending on the kind of camera that I use. So the camera that I was using in the actual presentation is a Sony Alpha 7R4, in which case live view is really all you get because it's a mirrorless system. You're looking through camera itself. But whenever I use my DSLRs, I just use the viewfinder.
Yeah. And you can go both ways with it, right? And so many people only shoot live view. So many people only shoot viewfinder. Ultimately, yeah. I think it's what works best for you, right?
I agree. Neither is better nor worse. I mean, that's the way that I've always approached photography, is that no specific way of doing things is the right way, nor is it the wrong way. It's whatever way works for you.
Yeah, 100%. And you find that different tools integrate in different ways. And as we're in this journey of learning and becoming better photographers, so much of it is about learning and understanding. One of the things I want to talk about just briefly is, when you've used Omni, like, what do you find to be like super easy? And then what do you find to be a little bit more difficult?
So I find that some of the smaller wands can sometimes be a little bit more difficult if the lighting isn't direct on your lens, because their effect doesn't come out as strongly unless the light is hitting your lens in a really specific fashion, versus the larger wands are a lot easier to get that big effect to it, whether or not the light hits it. It's really a lot about experimentation, because each wand, they don't have one specific effect that they create. They constantly change depending on how the light is hitting the lens and how the light is positioned as a whole. So that's really what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we start to wrap up here, because we're running out of time, I just want to again say thank you. The presentation was amazing. The photos were amazing. I know somewhere in the chat, Craig said he wants to see more pictures of that puppy. But as we wrap up here, my last question for you is, if you were to leave just one piece of advice for anyone stepping into their Lensbaby journey, what would that be?
Experiment, experiment, experiment. I mean, there's really nothing like having the product in your hand and actually finding all the different ways of using it, because the beauty of systems such as the Omni and the other Lensbaby products is that no one's going to use it the same way. Every single person is going to create something completely different from one another. They're going to create a completely different effect. And you might find that you can actually push a lot of the products into creating something that maybe wasn't previously imagined. But the only way you can figure that out is by constantly experimenting, playing with it. Even if it's an out of the box idea, go ahead and try it.
Yeah, could not agree more. Annabelle, amazing presentation. Shoot Extraordinary Conference. I hope that you learned so much from this. And again, there will be a replay later if you want to watch it again. Please follow Annabelle on Instagram and social media. Please like, share, tell your friend, tell your neighbor, tell a stranger. Shoot Extraordinary Conference is on, and we will be back shortly with Craig Strong.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Annabelle. We'll see you soon. Craig Strong. We are here at Shoot Extraordinary. What is going on?
Hey, Michael. Wow, this is great. Love it.
So
First
good.
time.
So
There's, learning curve, just like there is with Lensbaby. We're figuring this out. Great speakers. If I say so myself. No, I'm talking about the other two. But it's been a great morning so far. Or evening for some people.
Yeah, and the thing is, what we do is we learn, we grow, we adapt. That's part of this. And for our first conference ever, I don't know about you, but I am so thrilled. Our educators are so incredible, and we're just getting started.
Yeah, and they're just real photographers out there telling us what they're doing, and that's awesome. Nobody's a superstar here. We're just all helping each other come along and create and make something new, something different.
Yeah, and that's so much of what this is about, and Lensbaby as a whole in this community, and putting ourselves in a position to leverage the knowledge and information that we all have, and to see it come together like this. And the background of this is it was a little hectic, and we said we can do this. We said we will figure out a way, and we will make it happen. And here we are, and it is a testament not only to the incredible Lensbaby team, but our incredible speakers.
Well, and it's a testament to you. You said we could do this. We were like, what? We're going to do what? When?
Yeah, well, I believe that we could do it. And the reason that I felt like we could is because now is the best time ever. Why not try something new and different and take a risk and see what happens?
Yeah,
and we're finding that being here, everyone showed up and stepped up to the plate. We have thousands of people watching. This is an amazing conference, and I'm so excited about the afternoon. We have Kathleen Clemens coming up. We have Dana Lee coming up. Tomorrow is another day just full of amazing education. Then we have our panel on Thursday. We have so many different things going on, and where do you begin? I'm so thankful and grateful that we can be here together in a time that, the world isn't that amazing outside, but in here, it's a little bit warmer.
Yeah, well, we're focusing on things that we have in common and things that we love, and that's really important these days.
Yeah, absolutely. I know we're getting ready to step into our first big break of the day. We'll be back in about 25 minutes with Kathleen Clemens. But Craig, do you want to leave anything for the Shoot Extraordinary audience before we walk away?
Oh, that's a great question. I had all these prototypes that I was going to for my talk, and I just want to say there's so many things that we play with and that we work with at Lensbaby, and we're always looking to give you something new that you can just do something different than you've ever done before. You can see the world differently. Weirdness. It's crazy. I love this stuff. Again, this is the thing that don't work at the moment, but we might find a place for it. And as we're out there kind of exploring, what are the things worthwhile for you? We're also looking at what we have done, and that's what we're here for, is to say, okay, these are the options we have that we didn't have 17 years ago or a year ago because it just came out. And how can we use this? How can we use various things? How can you look out and see, do your own photo hacking and find something that expresses your unique vision? We're just here to help with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And from Brenda, she said, so glad you took the risk. Thank you. I'm new to Lensbaby. Fun to see what it does. And from Stawn, this community is so helpful. I love it. That's you know what? That's the greatest compliment to me, is that we could build community around this. And right now, this is going to blow your mind. We have people watching in 30 countries.
What?
3-0.
Awesome.
From Scotland to Mexico, Canada, America, the UK. And I believe I saw someone in Japan, which is like the middle of the night there. So amazing.
Yeah, who said we can't travel? We're traveling.
Yeah,
right
exactly. Now. We find a way. Shoot Extraordinary Conference, if you're loving this, please do us a favor, hit that like button, leave some comments, show some love for the presenters, follow us on Instagram, do all the things. We're going to take a quick break here, and we will be back in 23 minutes with the incredible Kathleen Clemens.
Looking forward to it.
All right. See you guys then. Hey, welcome back, Shoot Extraordinary Conference. We are so excited to have you here as we continue to learn and to grow and to become extraordinary together. I am joined right now by our great friend, Kathleen Clemens. Kathleen, how are you?
I am wonderful, and I'm so excited about this conference.
Yes, so are we. And we're so excited to have you here as we take adventures into understanding and learning and growing with Lensbaby. Can you tell me a little bit about your journey and how you became a Lensbaby photographer?
Sure. I started shooting in 2003, 2004, and discovered Lensbaby in 2005. And around that time, I started photographing primarily flowers, fell in love with them, and using Lensbaby to shoot them changed the way I shoot and really let me show the world the way I see it. So excited to share some of that today.
Yeah, that's really beautiful. And often as photographers, I always come to this idea that our pictures tell stories for us. And you do that in such a beautiful way through flowers. Can you tell everyone who's watching who may not know what to expect as they get into your course here this morning?
Sure. I'm going to start off with my start in Lensbaby photography, and then I'm going to move on to my journey with the Lensbaby velvets specifically and how I use them, what I use the different velvets for, what situation, what flowers, and then hopefully at the end I will, I'm going to come up with some of my most frequently asked questions, which hopefully will answer any questions that you guys have about it. If not, I'll be happy to answer your questions afterwards.
That's amazing. We're super excited and can't wait. Shoot Extraordinary Conference. Don't forget, follow us on Instagram at Lensbaby USA. Tell all your friends we're going live, and it's time to learn a little bit more. We'll see you guys in the classroom.
This is Kathleen Clemens. So in an ideal world, I would be coming to you from a beautiful garden on a lovely cloudy day filled with flowers, but this is December. I live in Maine and we have a pandemic going on. So I will instead show you how I use the velvets in this format. So I'll tell you a little bit about my journey with Lensbaby in general and about each of the velvets and how I use them, and I will hopefully answer some of your questions about Lensbaby velvet lenses. So let's get started. So my introduction to Lensbaby was in 2005, and the first Lensbaby I owned was the 2.0. It was one of the bellows models where you squeezed the lens in order to focus. It's a picture of me in 2005 with the teleconverter on my Lensbaby 2.0. Aperture was controlled with small rubber rings that you put right into the lens, and that's how I got my start, and I immediately fell in love with the selective focus and blur that this lens provided. So these are the three first lenses. There was the original Lensbaby, the 2.0, and then the Lensbaby 3G, which to this day has always been my least favorite model of Lensbaby. So here are some images from my very first day with my Lensbaby 2.0, fresh out of the box. I received the lens in November, put it right on my camera, went for a walk around the block. Subject matter was limited, but there were some drying hydrangeas in the neighborhood. So if you look at these, is my focus great? No. It really wasn't. It's not bad in the image on the left, but even though I didn't feel like I mastered the lens, certainly right out of the box, there was something here that I absolutely loved, the bokeh, the blur, and I fell in love with my Lensbaby that very first day. So I kept working, trying to get some focus. I got a little better. I also learned how to use the blur when I really didn't need anything in focus, like the image on the left, and how to get that sharp selective focus in the feather shot. So the more I worked, the easier it got. So then Lensbaby came up with the optic swap system, where you would buy one lens, which is really a holder, and you could swap in and out different optics with different effects, different focal lengths. Okay, and I fell in love with those. It was a lot easier to change the aperture. Didn't have to drop in discs anymore because the apertures are right on the optics themselves. Worked hard, mastered those. So I really feel that using a Lensbaby has allowed me to show the world how I see it. And using these lenses have helped me to find my voice as an artist. And then in 2005, Lensbaby came out with the first velvet. Right now there are 3 velvets. In April of 2005 was the Velvet 56, June 2017 the Velvet 85, and last April 2020 the Velvet 28. So I was lucky enough to be able to beta test the Lensbaby Velvet 56. So let's talk about a few things that you need to know about velvet lenses. These lenses are fully manual. There's no auto anything, no autofocus, no auto anything at all. You can shoot them on either manual or aperture priority. I'm usually using aperture priority for flowers. The aperture will be selected right on the lens, not in your camera. So there will not be any aperture or lens info in the EXIF data. You'll be able to see the ISO and the shutter speed, but you will not be able to see your aperture or what lens you used. What you see is what you get in focus, and by that I mean with a straight lens, in order to see how much is going to be in focus, you have to push your depth of field preview button. With a Lensbaby, what you're looking at, what you're seeing in your viewfinder is what is going to be in focus. Now you need to be sure that your camera's diopter is set correctly for your vision. If you're new to manual focus, if you're used to using autofocus and you have not set your camera's diopter, check your manual. It's very, very simple to do. So the Velvet 56 is a 56mm f1.6 lens. You can see right in this photo that the apertures are on that lower dial. Okay. The minimum focus distance of this lens is 5 inches, and again, it's a fully manual lens. So this is the shot that made me fall in love with my Velvet 56. I was beta testing and it was winter, I believe, and I'd bought myself a bouquet of of pink daisies, and I was, shooting along, and then I stopped and looked at the back of my camera, and when I saw this shot I started to cry because the way I see flowers was on that LCD. I could see that on the back of the camera. The way I see was in that photo. And I also knew at that moment that some of my best work was ahead of me, and that was a really, really powerful, emotional moment for me. So of course I worked my subject. Here are some more shots from that very first shoot with the Velvet 56. The Velvet 56 provides a beautiful, soft, ethereal glow across the image. It's not selective, it's across the image. And you control how much of that glow with your aperture. Okay, so let's look at some same subject at different apertures to see that glow. So this is wide open at f1.8. You can see how strong that glow is. Really not seeing any natural texture. The lines are all very soft. At f2, you're starting to get a little more definition. Nothing I would call sharpness, but more definition, a little less glow. At f2.8, a little bit more. The lines are a little stronger now. At f4, you can see most of the glow is more to the outer edges, and there's more definition in my subject. At f5.6, the depth of field is deeper, less glow. Right, as you stop down. Now I don't shoot at these apertures very often, but I will show you some examples of when a small aperture makes sense. And at f16, right, just around the outer edges, deeper depth of field. Here's another couple of examples of the same subject. A calla lily at f2, look at the strong diffused glow around the edges. Okay, the edges are kind of blending right into my background here. If you look at f4, there's more definition, a little bit less of a glow. So as you stop down, that soft, dreamy look will be a little less, a little less, a little less. Okay, here's 2 more examples at f2 and at f4. Okay, you can see that the lines are a lot stronger at f4, starting to lose that glow a little bit. This is at f4 as well, starting to get a little bit of petal texture now. So you can go soft with this lens, or a little soft, or more detail. You know, it's a really, really versatile lens. This is at f11. This dahlia had a lot of depth to it, and by that I mean petals that were coming out of the flower toward me. That's a lot of depth. I would have ended up with blurry distractions if I had not stopped down to a small aperture. And you can see there's still softness around the edges here at f11. All right, this is at f8. I needed to get some strong detail in the center and then softer toward the edges. So you can really see how versatile this lens is. This is at f11 straight out of the camera, which is another thing that I love about my Lensbaby Velvets. All my Lensbaby lenses really is that they need very little, if any, post-processing, okay? And a soft version. So, you know, how much of that glow is going to be in your image is totally up to you, and you will choose different apertures for that. And it's not just for flowers. This is wide open. Okay, you can see it makes a beautiful, very dreamy look. And this is my Cat Calla at f5.6. So again, certainly not only for flowers. Then Lensbaby came out with the Velvet 85. Okay, this has a minimum focus distance of 9.5 inches away. And again, fully manual. So the minimum focus at 9.5 inches might sound like a lot, but it's a longer lens. All right, so here's that lens at f2.5. Again, very soft, very dreamy. You're not really seeing strong petal edges. And at f4, see the difference. I'm starting to get petal texture. I'm getting petal edges in focus. All right, and you can go from really, really soft and dreamy, wide open, to more definition at f4. Just like the Velvet 56. Here's f5.6. This flower has a very detailed center, so I stopped down more. And again, at f11, this flower had all those tiny water drops. I certainly wouldn't want to make those just blurred. Okay? Very versatile lens, depending on what you, the artist, wants to show in the flower. Do you want it very soft and dreamy? Do you want that detail? You can get all of that with just one lens. All right, you can see here that you start to get more and more detail, more texture as you stop down, just like with the Velvet 56. Okay. And again, not always for flowers. You can shoot street scenes with it. I happened upon this gorgeous dancer in downtown Charleston, and if you look closely, you will see that the blur is around the outer edges. Look at her foot down at the bottom, but I could still get the detail I needed in her. Okay, this is wide open, so if you really, really want to go soft and dreamy with a landscape, you certainly can with this lens. And then last spring, the Velvet 28. So this one is 28 millimeters. It's an f2.5 lens, and the minimum focus distance is 2 inches away, which is pretty darn cool. Okay, so I can get right up next to my subjects now if I want, or I can pull further back. It's great for really large flowers when I want to include a lot of background in my subjects, but more often than not, I'm thinking Velvet 28 when I want to get in super close. All right, a couple of more examples from that lens. Again, not just for flowers, feathers, shells, landscapes. I really love having the Velvet 28 in my bag because if I want to stop down, I can have just a regular wide-angle lens. This is the Portland headlight, or I can choose to open the lens up for a soft, dreamy look. Same thing in this situation. Do I want to make a very dreamy, ghostly image, or I really want to pull out sharp detail? Those are artistic choices that I get to make with one lens. So here are some tips for getting started with a velvet lens. Put it on your camera and leave it there, okay? At least for a week, if not for several weeks. That will make you really use the lens. Experiment with aperture, okay? Focus is going to be easiest at f4 and f5.6 in the beginning. That soft diffused glow, wide open or close to it, might make it tough for you to focus. Watch your exposures. When you are using a manual lens, get used to checking the back of your camera or your histogram when you're using it. So if things are too dark in your viewfinder focus, when you're focusing using a small aperture, let's say you're using f8, f11, all right? Change the aperture to f4, set your focus, and then you can change the aperture back to the small aperture. Setting it at f4 will let more light in, will make it easier for you to focus. Right? That's a little tip for that. So if you find using this lens that you are struggling with focus, here are a few tips. I want you to check to be sure that your camera's diopter is set correctly for your vision. If you are hand holding, do you have a good fast shutter speed? Don't try and hold these lenses at a 1/15 of a second. Ask yourself and be really honest here, are you steady enough to hand hold, or should you be on a tripod? I think that's an individual decision that we all need to make. Could you be closer than the lens can focus? Okay, let's say you have the Velvet 56 and you're trying to get 4 inches away from your subject. The lens cannot focus at 4 inches. The minimum focus distance of that lens is 5 inches. It is really, really important for you to learn what the minimum focus distance is for each of your lenses, all right? Again, if you're having trouble focusing, try a smaller aperture for a little bit less glow and more subject definition, all right? I'm not saying sharpness, I'm saying definition, all right? So let's go over some questions that I get asked a lot about the velvets. So Kathleen, how do you choose which velvet to use? All right, so the main differences between the three are focal length and the minimum focus distance. So sometimes the choice is really obvious, okay? And other times I'll shoot a subject with several different lenses, several different velvets even. So, you know, I'll ask myself and look at the flower and how close do I need to get, or how close can I get? Okay, how large is my subject? Am I including background? Do I need the compression that longer focal length of the 85 can provide? And are there distracting elements that will be included if I choose a wider lens, like the 28? So let's look at those individually. So here's a setup in my studio with the Velvet 56 and a printed textured background that is 11 by 17 in the background. So at the Velvet 56, if I move in close to my subject, that lens is too wide. I cannot fill the background with that printed image. But if I switch to the Velvet 85, that longer focal length allows me to fill that frame with that background. So a longer focal length sort of brings the background forward. It's the lens compression of a longer focal length. So if I have this sort of a situation, I'll reach for the Velvet 85, okay? I'll also reach for the Velvet 85 if there's a beautiful background that I want to include, but I want to be sure it's well blurred. That longer focal length will provide better background blur. So let's say I need to get in closer, but not super wide. I don't want to get into just the center of this flower. Then I'd probably choose the Velvet 56. If I want to move in super close or go really wide, then I would think Velvet 28. Okay? And sometimes I shoot with all three of them. This is some milkweed I shot really early in the morning last week. I did some with the Velvet 28. I did some with the Velvet 56. And I did some with the Velvet 85. And I love them all. Okay? Here is the same flower with the Velvet 85, the Velvet 56, and the Velvet 28. My point here is don't get too hung up on which velvet to use when. Choose one, use it and see what you can do with it. Okay, these are extremely versatile lenses. I just don't want you to get hung up on which one, and that is the question that I get most often. And to be perfectly honest, sometimes I'll just start shooting with whatever lens was still on my camera from the last time I used it. All right, so don't worry too much about which lens to use. Here's another question that I get asked a lot. Do you have a favorite Lensbaby Velvet? Well, I do, and it's the Velvet 85. That longer focal length is really, really wonderful for shooting flowers, and that's what I photograph most often. You know, if I'm going to include background, I know that it will be well blurred. And again, no post-processing. These are straight out of my camera. With that Velvet 85, I can easily fill the frame with my subject. I also love the Velvet 85 for portraits. This is my granddaughter Madison. The shot on the left was with the Velvet 85 at 2.8. The shot on the right was f4. I had such a ball shooting her with this lens. I did a whole bunch of the different faces of Madison Harper. It's a beautiful, beautiful lens for portraits. Again, here's two more with that f5.6, the image on the left of my daughter-in-law and granddaughter, and my two granddaughters on the right. That was at f4. You can see that even at f4 with a portrait, can you see that subtle glow? It's just so beautiful for people. And I wouldn't shoot people with a 28mm lens, probably not as much with a 56. The 85 is beautiful for portraits, and I can go really soft and blurry if I want, with more of a glow, or I can get more detail. So Kathleen, how do you tell which lens you used, since it's not going to be in the EXIF data? Get that question a lot too. This is my method. It's very simple. Before I start shooting with the lens, I take a photo of it with whatever lens is on my camera. And then when I look through my images, I can see that I'll see the picture of, as in this case, the Sweet 50, and I know that all the images after that were shot with my Sweet 50. And then I'll see another lens, and I'll know that from that point on, all of the next images are shot with that lens. It's a really, really simple way to do it. You could also take a 3x5 card. You could write the names of your different Lensbabies on it and take a picture of the word, the Velvet 56 or Sweet 50, but I just take a picture of the lens and it works really well for me. So you can see how I used it here. This is when I was out shooting the milkweed, and every time I changed lenses, took a picture of the lens. So I know that all the images after that until the next lens are with that lens. Works really, really well. Now the question I get asked often is, what apertures do you use most with your velvets? So the three apertures that I use most often are, that's a typo, it's f2.8, f4, and f5.6. At f2.8, I've lost a little bit of the glow, but I have more definition in the lines of my subject. And flowers are all about line, shape, color, and texture. Okay, at f4 I start to get a little more texture, and again at f5.6, but at 2.8 there's still what I consider to be a beautiful ethereal look to the images, but the glow is just not quite as strong. The lines stand out more, and I think that's important for flower photography. So here are a couple at f2.8. You can see that there is still a soft glow, but I have good lines. Okay, at f4, more detail, and now, as I said, you start to see the petal texture coming alive. And f5.6, for when I need to go deeper, I have a flower that has more depth, that has more detail. I'll move to f5.6. But, as I said, sometimes I go even smaller to f11, and sometimes wide open. Sometimes I really want just that soft, beautiful, ethereal glow. Totally up to me what effect I'm going to get with that same lens. So another question I get, are there times you do not use a Lensbaby? Yes, and let me tell you specifically what those are. So if I'm shooting in a public garden, let's say a water garden, and the flowers are not planted near the edge and they're far away and I certainly can't go into the pond, I'll use something with a longer focal length, most often my Canon 180mm, right, for those times. Mostly either flowers that are water flowers or flowers in a public garden that I cannot get up close to. I don't crop my images, so I need to get that composition at the time of the shoot. And if I'm not in a place where I can really get close to my subjects, then I'll choose a longer focal length. Same here. If I'm shooting landscapes and they're a good distance away, then I'm going to use a longer lens. Also, if I'm doing the shooting through technique where I put my lens right up close to my subject, wide open, and create an ethereal blur of color in the foreground. And as soon as Lensbaby comes up with a 180mm, I can put my Canon away and use all Lensbabies. That's just a subtle hint, Craig. A Lensbaby with a really long focal length would be just a joy to me. So another question I get is, when do you choose to use the Composer Pro and your Sweet 50? People know that's a favorite for me, or any of the other optics instead of a Velvet. Okay, this is a shot with the Sweet 50 right here, and if you really look at this, you can see that there's an area of sharp focus surrounded by blur. That's not the same effect as the Velvet. The Velvet effect is more across the frame. It's not selective. You're not going to have a tack sharp area in sharp focus surrounded by blur. It's a really different look. So here's the same subject, the one on the left, Sweet 50 with a +4 macro diopter at f4. So you can see the center and the petals over to the left, slightly off center, are tack sharp and they're surrounded by blur. There's also distortion in the background and some directionality in that blur when I bend the lens. Now the image on the right is the Velvet 85 at f2.8. Can you see that there's a soft diffused glow overlying that sharp detail, but it's an all-over effect. It's not selective. Okay? Here's a couple of more examples. Sweet 50 is on the left. You've got your sharp area in focus fading off to blur. So that area is surrounded by blur. And the Velvet 85 at f4 is more of an all-over effect. Okay, I hope that shows you the difference. And then, of course, with the Velvet 85, you could go for an all-over glow for a totally different look. Okay, this is the Sweet 50 at 2.8, small area in focus. The rest goes to blur. So it depends on the effect that I'm going for. These are also with the Sweet 50 at f2. I like to use f2 with the Sweet 50 often because I really love to sort of dance on the edge of seeing how little I can have in focus, get away with that, but yet still tell the story that I want to tell about my subject. So that's the difference for me as to when I'll use a Velvet and when I'll use one of these Sweets. Okay, here's another example. This is a Sweet 50 at f2.8, sharp area in focus surrounded by blur. So hopefully that shows you the difference and you will be able to see that in your own work. One more example, you can see the strong blur, yet a sharp area of focus. All right, so we're going to move on to your questions now. I hope this has really shown you how I use the Velvets and how I've developed using the Velvets, and I look forward to hearing your questions. Thank you.
Dreamy artistic images.
Emotive and soulful imagery.
That extra definition and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
Se olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results.
Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscapes.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Poetic, oniric look.
Something extraordinary.
Wow, Shoot Extraordinary Conference. What an incredible presentation. Kathleen, good afternoon. How are you today?
I am great. Thank you.
Good. That was powerful. I actually, at the beginning and talking about that first experience and getting emotional looking at the back of your camera, I thought to myself, wow, I know exactly how that feels. There's something really beautiful about what we do as photographers and capturing these moments that can really kind of transform us forever. How do you continue to stay emotional in your work after doing it for so long?
Well, Craig keeps coming up with all of these new new lenses for me to try, and it starts all over again. You know, I just got the Spark 2.0 last week, and I'm having a blast with it, and it feels very organic, and it takes me back to my early days with my first Lensbaby, the Bellows lens. So it just continues on, Michael.
Yeah, it's powerful, right? And I think about this as creatives, this journey of learning and education never ends, excuse me. And I would imagine, much like myself, you're probably always diving into things like this, conferences and education, and trying to grow and become a better photographer. And that's so much about what the Shoot Extraordinary Conference is all about, is giving people the tools. And this presentation was absolutely phenomenal. I want to dive into some of the questions here that we have right off the bat. And that's because I want to use the most that we can of your time. And first, I want to, sorry guys, we're doing this live, so hang on 1 second for me. Where did it go? There was a great question here. Okay, we're going to grab another one. So here's a question. I know this is a velvet course, but to Kathleen, what do you think of the Sweet 35 versus the Sweet 50?
Well, the Sweet 35 is often a little wider for flowers than I would like. I love the shorter minimum focus distance of the Sweet 35, which is like 7 inches, and the Sweet 50 is more like 15. So if I'm using a Sweet 50, I have a one of the macro filters on from the Lensbaby macro filter kit. Most of the time, the +4 on there. I also think that I love the 50 so much because it brings me back to shooting with my Lensbaby 2.0 with the double glass optic in the beginning. And it just is a really good focal length for flowers.
Yeah, I totally get that. And sometimes you have to have that extra little magnification to get the exact shot that you want to have. Right. Here's a really interesting question. This does not come up often, from Cynthia. Do you use a tripod?
No. You know, these lenses are light, and I am really steady right now. But as I get even older, if that is not the case anymore, then I'll be on a tripod. But you know, and that's a really personal thing I mentioned in my presentation. You need to know, you know, whether or not you are steady enough to hand hold. If you're not, just use a tripod. So far, so good for me right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? There's always a time and a place for the tool that you need when you need it. Right. Here's a very interesting question. What, or I guess I'd say, where is your favorite garden to shoot?
The Coastal Maine Botanical Garden is a favorite. It's about an hour away from me. And I also love Longwood Gardens.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's beautiful. I hope to come out there and visit you and be a part of that one day.
Right.
From Donna here, replying to Lensbaby, I guess that's us. How do you remember the aperture as you shoot each flower?
I don't find it really necessary to know that. The only time I do is when I'm beta testing a lens. And then I will, I'm generally going through all of the apertures. And so I'm doing them in the same order. And so I can easily tell that it's f2, 2, 8, 4, 5, 6, 8 along that way. You know, when you're first learning the lens, I think that that's important for you to do. You can also write the apertures down, you know, take a picture of the aperture, which I have done when I'm beta testing sometimes as well. So don't get too hung up on what aperture you shot it at. I have to know because I'm a teacher.
Yeah, that makes sense. And so that progression, is that something that you've been trained for yourself to go, all right, progressively, I'm going to start wide open and I'm going to stop down on every shoot that I do?
Well, not necessarily. You know, if I just have gotten the lens and I'm beta testing, I'll usually find my sweet spot of area. And most of the time it's 2, 8, 4, 5, 6. And so if I just do those in the same order each time, I can easily tell what I shot the subject at.
Awesome. And from Linda, says, great job. Just bought the 85mm. Love it. One of the questions, I know you touched on it in the course, but some people may not have caught that part. If you were to only get one Lensbaby Velvet, which would it be? I think I know the answer, but what would that be?
Yeah, the Velvet 85 is my favorite of the three.
Yeah.
Even though the Velvet 56 is the one that I had that strong reaction to, I really love the 85. It also because of the way I can use it for portraits of people.
Yeah, and you do have portraits of people as well. And one of the questions here, it got lost in the feed, but it asks, what lens would you choose for portraits?
Yeah, the definitely the Velvet 85. I really love it for portraits. When my last granddaughter was born, I went to the hospital and filmed her her three older sisters meeting her, and I was worried because I'm in a hospital setting. I thought I might need a Zoom. I've got three little kids, so I shot the first half of the video that I made with my 24-70, switched over to the Velvet 85, and when I looked at the images and put the video together, I could have slapped myself for not using the Lensbaby through the whole thing. There was one of the photos in my presentation, and that bit of a glow was just so beautiful. And I can tell where I stopped in the video and started using it. So lesson learned.
Yeah, well, and that happens, and you find that sometimes you're so caught up, and especially in moments like that, no one would think of that until you're in retrospect, and that happens to me all the time. I'm like, oh gosh, why didn't I do that thing? Duh. Here's an interesting question. Don't know what your thoughts are, but sometimes below f4, I get too strong a halo around my subject. I usually handle this by creating a blur layer at the edge. Any tips on how to handle this?
Yeah, I see that more below 2.8. I think it starts to go away at 2.8. You'll see it more if you're shooting a light colored flower on a dark subject or a dark flower on a light subject. You'll see more. If you're shooting a flower on a similar colored background or with more of the same flowers in the back, you really won't have that issue. That's why I like 2.8 better than 2, because it starts to go away. And if I still see it, I may go to f4. Dealing with in post-processing, you could do that. If you add a texture layer to the background, then you can often hide that haloing.
Yeah, that's a great point. And from Regan, or Reagan perhaps, are you shooting RAW or JPEG since you use images straight out of the camera?
Okay, I shoot in RAW. What I meant by straight out of the camera was that the image wasn't post-processed, resized only for my presentation. I do not shoot in JPEG, ever.
Got it. Yeah, and I think that when we have these tools like Lightroom and Capture One and all of those, you can do either. If you want JPEG and you don't want to go through the process, that's totally reasonable. But RAW just gives you that extra little bit of control. Right. And then from Angela here, how much of your preference for the 85 depends on the fact that you are using a full frame camera versus a crop sensor? Or how would the crop sensor versus full frame influence one's choice? Amazing question, Angela.
That is a great question. I do shoot full frame. I think if I was shooting on a crop sensor camera, the Velvet 56 would be my favorite.
Is there a particular reason why?
Because it's going to be a longer focal length on that, and it'll be close to the 85 depending on your crop factor. So yeah, most definitely.
As we start to wrap up here, Kathleen, what I'm curious about is as you continue to progress as a photographer and step into education more and more all the time, what, if anything, is one key for someone who's stepping into Lensbaby?
Well, give yourself the gift of time when you first get a Lensbaby. Don't rush yourself. As I mentioned in my presentation, put that lens on your camera and stick with it and play. Allow yourself to play. Shoot a lot of different subjects. Shoot at a lot of different apertures. Really put the time in to learn what that lens can do. Don't give up too soon, which I hear people often, oh, I have one of those, but I never figured out how to use it. Give yourself that time. This isn't a half-hour project, when you get a new lens. Just let yourself play.
Yeah, I think there's certainly something to that. And as we start to head off here, I do have one more question for you. How do you handle and manage the learning curve of Lensbaby? Because now you've had the experience really through the gauntlet, and we are constantly in this place of beta testing and more lenses, more optics, more things. Some stuff we hand out to you guys and it never sees the light of day. But how do you handle and manage the learning curve of Lensbaby with the understanding that it's not as simple as point and click?
Right. I still haven't handled the learning curve on the Edge 35. It's not great for the things that I shoot. So, again, it's just time and finding the lens that works best for what you like to shoot most often. So, you know, the edge is great. It creates, for those of you who don't know, a slice of focus, but that rarely works with the type of subjects that I shoot. So, you know, I just try. You know, I've had some issues in the past with lenses that I've had to beta test, but I work through them, and like I said, I give myself that gift of time.
Yeah, and so much of it also, what I hear, not to put words in your mouth, but it's about finding what works for you. And you know what I love and I appreciate, and I know Craig will too, your comment in the beginning of the presentation about the 3G, right? And how, you know, that is not particularly your favorite lens of all time. But that's what this is about, right? Finding what works for you. And with the vast array of products that we have at Lensbaby, there are so many different options that you can step in. And as you know, and I'm sure as you would suggest, it's really about experiencing and trying and seeing what happens.
Yeah, you know, and I made the 3G and the control free work for me when I figured out that you don't, just because you can lock the focus, you don't have to. So, you know, find what works for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Kathleen, it was an absolute pleasure. This course was incredible. Shoot Extraordinary Conference, please hit that like button, share a comment, tell a friend, show Kathleen some love. And we appreciate you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much, Kathleen. And we will be back with our next presentation in 20 minutes.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Kathleen. We'll see you soon. Hey, what's up, Shoot Extraordinary Conference? I hope that you guys are having an amazing day learning, growing, and becoming extraordinary here with our amazing Lensbaby speakers. Up next, we're going to sit and spend some time with Dana Lee. Dana, how are you, my friend?
Doing great. Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks for having me.
Of course, you're more than welcome. Tell us a little bit briefly about your journey into Lensbaby and what we can expect in your class today.
Okay, so about 10 years ago, maybe a little less than that, I was introduced to Lensbaby and by a well-known photographer, Emma Wood. She was one of my first photography teachers, and she introduced Lensbaby to me. And my journey has just been one of exploring and creating and learning how to use these lenses. A little bit about me, I'm from Portland, Oregon, and I have 5 kids, and so I'm, in the middle right now of homeschooling all of them because of the pandemic, and just trying to find ways to continue to be artistic and create art. And I am a portrait and fine art photographer, and again, I've been doing this for about a little over 10 years.
Awesome. Tell us a little bit about what we can expect in your course coming up.
So my course is called Emotive Portraiture, and it's all about creating portraits that are emotive and infused with mood, and really how to pull emotion out of a moment or out of your subject, and to create from a place of depth and purpose, and just create things that really resonate with you as the artist.
Wow, that's really beautiful. And I think one of the things that we have as photographers is the ability to step into that and to leverage our art and the things that we do as creatives to tell that kind of story. And I'm super excited. Shoot Extraordinary Conference, this is one that you don't want to miss. We're going to get started right now. And then Dana, we will see you for the Q&A after.
Awesome. Thank you.
Awesome. Let's do this, guys.
Hello, my name is Dana Lee, and today I will be sharing my process of creating emotive portraits. For each of these sessions, I will be using my Canon 5D Mark IV and my Lensbaby Spark 2.0 with a Sweet 35 optic. So, let's talk emotive portraiture. According to the Webster's Dictionary, the definition of emotive is to arouse intense feelings. The definition of portraiture is the making of portraits. So to put it simply, emotive portraiture is a portrait of your subject that makes you feel something or evokes emotion. My favorite quote is by David Allen Henry that you saw just a few moments ago. He said, "Don't shoot what it looks like, shoot what it feels like." This is my mission every time I pick up my camera. I love that a photo has the power to make us feel something. The emotion in an image is what connects us and pulls us into that moment. As artists and photographers, portraits are about so much more than simply capturing a picture of somebody. Portraiture is an artistic expression of that person or the artist photographing them. Sometimes we bring our subject's likeness or personality to a photo. Other times as artists, we infuse our own creative vision into a moment that communicates our deeper emotions and brings them to life. This area of my home is a common place I take portraits of my kids because I love the light and the reflections I can get in the slider door. I am constantly looking for reflective surfaces to include in my portrait work because they help add so much interest. Also because of the symbolism often associated with reflections. I think reflections are a great way to help tell a story. I absolutely love using Lensbaby for portraits because of the dreamy blur these lenses produce. Here, I had just pulled my new Spark 2.0 and Sweet 35 out of the box, and I was working on getting the hang of focusing and shifting the blur. For these images, I am shooting wide open at f2.5. I love how the blur allows you to isolate your subject and the rest of the scene you are shooting is blurred. Lensbaby Blur is a wonderful way to add depth, mystery, and visual interest to your portraits. In these portraits, I love that my daughter is in focus and her reflection falls off into an ethereal or dreamlike blur. And here are a few of my favorites I captured from this short session next to this slider door. Next, I am going to photograph my daughter at this big puddle over at my next door neighbor's house. I love that this puddle reflects the sky and the tops of the tall evergreen trees. Going back to creative portraiture, it's important to note that there are several different approaches one can take in portrait photography. There are more classic approaches such as headshots in a studio. You can take more of an environmental approach where you use your surroundings to speak to your subject's identity or interests. Or you can take more of a constructionist approach, which is how I tend to approach portraiture. To quote study.com, they say a constructionist approach to portraiture is all about building emotion and developing atmosphere. The photographer may choose to set the mood of the portrait through the background, lighting, and person's body language to build a conveyed emotion, end quote. I'm doing this here by trying to create a sense of wonder as my daughter sits at the edge of this puddle and the beauty of nature is reflected in the water. When taking portraits, I aim to include the following 4 elements, which all help me build a creative vision for what I'm hoping to capture. These 4 elements are light, emotion, movement, and story. These 4 things play off of each other and help me to tap into my creativity and to start asking questions about the image I want to create. Sometimes I will give up one of these elements, but you can usually see all 4 in my work. Movement is one I will give up if the story I am trying to tell is one of stillness or wonder, as an example. So with light, I ask myself, what kind of mood do I want to create in my image and which type of lighting will help me do that? For emotion, I ask myself, what word would I associate with this light? What emotion do I feel right now? How can I pull that emotion out of my subject? For movement, I ask myself, what actions can my subject do that back up the emotion I am aiming for? And story, what story do I see and what story do I want to tell? Lensbaby lenses allow me to infuse all of the emotion I'm wanting to capture into a moment. These lenses pair so well with the carefree and energetic nature of childhood. They add that little extra something special to all 4 of the elements I was discussing. For light, they create a beautiful swirly bokeh. For emotion, the blur adds so much mood to an image. And with movement and story, the small area of focus allows me to draw attention to the movement or the story I am trying to tell within the frame. My daughter will never turn down an opportunity to jump or splash in a puddle. So when taking photos near a puddle or if you're trying to achieve reflections near water, there are a few tips I'd like to offer. The first one is to shoot from above to reflect the sky, treetops, buildings, or whatever it is that's reflected in the water. The second one is to frame your subject between the reflections. So here I'm pointing out to my daughter where the trees are and the area that I want her to be standing or spinning or jumping so that I can frame her within the reflection of the trees. My third tip is to tell a story by encouraging your subject to engage with their surroundings. You can do this by having them jump or spin as I'm doing here. They can reach for something or sit low to touch something in the water. Anything you can do to get your subjects to engage with their surroundings really helps you to tell a story and brings those reflections to life. Once again, I'm using my Spark 2.0 and my Lensbaby Suite 35, and I am shooting at f2.5 with an exposure time of 1/400, and my ISO is at 400. So I make sure that my shutter speed is fast enough to really capture the movement of her twirls. With Lensbaby, I'm going to talk more about focusing in a bit, but I have her stand really still, and then I lock focus on an area of her dress or near her arm because I'm trying to really hone in on the twirl of her skirt and have everything else blurred. So I lock my focus on an area of her dress. I'll have her stand still for a second, and then I'll have her spin, and I rapid fire, and honestly, sometimes I'm just crossing my fingers hoping I got one in focus. Going back to the elements I was talking about, this is a bit of a flat light, and really you can photograph anything in this sort of lighting, but it is a really good type of light to photograph reflections. The mood or emotion I'm wanting to capture is a sense of wonder, and so along with that, I'm having her kneel at the edge or bend down at the edge of this puddle. And I love that the reflection of the trees, it's almost like it's another world. And so I loved the idea of having her reach out and barely with just one finger touching the water as if to disrupt that dream world that she is sitting at the edge of. And so that's just an example of how I like to really infuse an emotion into the moment I'm capturing and use it to tell a story. And now we've arrived at the moment she's been waiting for, which is to jump and splash and just go a bit nuts with the water. And so I had her jump, and my last tip for photographing this sort of reflection is to shoot low, to get lower. So I'm shooting from above right now, and I'm gonna step off of the step stool and get really low down at her feet level. And I am focusing in on the splashes coming off of her boots. And shooting low like this is just a great way to hone in on the details, to tell a story by selectively focusing on a detail and letting the rest kind of fade off into a blur. It took me quite a few tries to get one in focus, but I was happy with the few shots I got of her splashing in the water. And here are a few of my favorites from this session. My front door is one of my favorite spots to photograph my children. There is a real symbolism of a front door that I try to incorporate into my work and storytelling, especially during this past year as we have spent more time than ever here in our home. There is a real dichotomy of the world outside our front door during this pandemic and all of the fear and unknown that comes with that. And then the safety, togetherness, as well as the challenges we have endured as a family on this side of the threshold. On this morning, it was really foggy outside, so I love that the fog served as a nice backdrop to help me create some really moody images. Now let's talk Lensbaby focusing. I have always used a Composer Pro 2, so I am new to the Spark 2.0. For this session, I'm using the Spark, and I'm going to be honest and say that I have had moments of frustration trying to nail focus, but the challenge keeps me going. Lensbaby lenses are designed to bend, which produces a tilt shift effect. Whichever way you tilt your lens is the direction your slice of focus will fall in the frame. If you tilt to the right, your focus falls on the right side of the frame. To the left, and your focus moves to the left. When first starting out with a Lensbaby, I recommend not tilting your lens at all, but instead keeping it centered. This is a great way to nail focus easier and adjust to using a creative tilt shift lens. Because you focus these lenses manually, it can make focusing tricky. I recommend shooting at a narrow aperture as you adjust to shooting with these lenses. As you get more comfortable finding the sweet spot or the slice of focus, you can start shooting with wider apertures. Another tip I would like to offer when focusing with a Lensbaby Composer Pro 2 is to focus and unfocus the focus ring several times before you take the shot. I do this so that I can check and double check the sharpness of my focus. Using this technique will allow you to clearly see when you have found the narrow slice of focus present with a Lensbaby. When you feel you have found the sweet spot of focus, press the shutter. With a Spark, you can do a similar technique, but instead squeeze the neck of the lens all the way into the camera to exaggerate the blurriness and slowly release the lens until you see your sweet spot of focus appear. Repeat this a couple times before hitting the shutter. When shooting with the Lensbaby, I almost always use the live view mode versus the viewfinder. It's just easier for me to see if I'm shooting in focus on my live view screen versus trying to squint my eyes and find the focus through the tiny viewfinder. For this session, I'm shooting at an aperture of f2.5, a shutter speed of 1/160, and an ISO of 800. You can see here that I am shooting her reflection in the mirror, and I'm using the edge of the mirror closest to my camera and the flowers in that vase to frame her. And for these images, I am exposing for the sky behind her to create more of a silhouette. So she's silhouetted and you can see the fog and the trees coming through the fog behind her, which you'll see in the final images. I love getting creative with Lensbaby lenses. I will often shoot through objects like a Ziploc or flower petals, and I also will sometimes ask an assistant, my oldest daughter is assisting me here, to create movement across the frame right in front of my lens. We have tried using a spray bottle, a garden hose, and one of my favorite things to use is bubbles. Bubbles are true to the story of childhood and are a really fun way to add a whimsical touch to a portrait. Blowing bubbles across the frame creates a fun effect by framing my daughter in bubbles. A lot of it is luck with where the bubbles land and how they frame your subject. But I love the quirky and different results I get each time I try this. To get a different variety of shots, you can try narrowing your aperture. If you are shooting with strong backlight, this creates starbursts or lens flares on the bubbles as they go across your frame. You can also slow down your shutter speed to get an intentional motion blur. The opportunities for creativity are truly endless with these lenses. One question I get asked often is how I get my kids to pose or to allow me to take pictures of them. And my girls really enjoy doing this with me because I allow them to collaborate with me to help me come up with ideas. I try my best to keep sessions as short as possible so that I'm not exhausting them, and so that next time when I ask them to do a session with me, they remember that it's probably going to be a short, quick event and it's not going to take too much time out of their day. I also encourage anyone who enjoys taking portraits or pictures of your own children to take the time to explain to them why it is that you love to take their photos. For me, I love to take pictures because it's my way of really spotlighting and noticing the beauty within our day, no matter how mundane or simple our day may be. Looking through a camera lens allows me to look a little closer at all we have to be thankful for. And the simple act of explaining to my children why it is that I love to take photos has helped them embrace this hobby of mine. I also have made a habit of showing them the end results so that they can be a part of the full creative process and see where our ideas took us and what the end results were. So here are my favorite images that I captured. towards the end of the day, I wanted to get some images outdoors. I was hoping to take photos for this conference in a location with a beautiful backdrop and some golden light as the sun was setting. It had been raining for weeks in the Pacific Northwest by this point, and it was really foggy and gloomy on this particular day. My girls and I decided to just roll with the weather and set out on an adventure anyway. We found this old logging road near our home, and I was determined to make the best of the weather I had to work with. The silver lining to all of this fog is that it helped me create a very high-key look to these images. The background is bright white and blown out, and those sort of images translate really well to black and white. For this part of the session, I switched my lens to the Composer Pro 2 with a Sweet 50. I prefer this focal length for close-up portraits. Since I am discussing different Lensbaby optic options, I wanted to address a question I am commonly asked, which is, how does the optic swap system work? You can put any of the interchangeable optics, which are either the Sweet or the Edge optics, into your choice of two different lens bodies, which are the Composer Pro 2 or the Spark 2.0. Both of these lens bodies allow you the freedom to place your focus anywhere in the frame with a simple tilt and swivel of your lens. The Sweet optics happen to be my favorite because of the subtle blur and the creative control I have with the sweet spot of focus by simply adjusting the aperture. My favorite way to add depth and interest to a portrait is to incorporate movement. I do this by having my subjects toss their hair or move their dress as they walk. With my Lensbaby optics, I add interest by getting creative with the blur. Lensbaby blur creates a sense of movement even without any intentional movement present. I love the way the blurred edges make the light appear as if it's dancing around my subject. For these portraits, I took a couple images of my daughter with her face in focus, and then tilted my lens to focus on her hair and made her face blurry. By changing where you focus, you get a variety of images and can change the whole mood and story of what you are capturing. You can see here I'm using my focusing technique where I'm blurring the focus ring and then focusing, blur, and focus, and then I take the shot. And here are my favorites from this part of our session. Next up, I wanted to get a few images of my daughters walking down this road with the fog and the tall trees as a backdrop. This image of my girls walking away from me ended up being my favorite from this session. I tell you that because I almost didn't take this shot. I was putting a lot of pressure on myself to figure out my new spark and get the focusing down, and it wasn't coming easily to me. After beating myself up a bit internally and getting some encouragement from my girls, my youngest daughter saw my frustration and actually said out loud, "You can do this, Mom." In that moment, I decided to ditch my own notion of perfection, because what is perfection anyway? And I intentionally blurred the whole scene of my girls walking away from me to create more of an in-camera painterly look. I'm so glad that I pushed past my own self-doubt and limitations I was setting on myself and just took some shots and created something that I ended up being really proud of. And here are a couple of my favorites. This was the moment I saw the beautiful sunset we were about to witness. The fog lifted and the most gorgeous light was cutting through and creating these beautiful light rays. It was absolutely breathtaking. Shooting during golden hour and backlighting my subject is probably my favorite type of light to shoot in. So I'd love to offer some backlighting tips. Backlight is when your light source is behind your subject, or your subject is between you and the light source. This is one of my favorite types of light because there are so many ways to get creative with backlight. One of the ways I love to use backlight is to create rim light. Rim lighting happens when your subject is backlit and blocking the light source. A rim of light can be seen outlining the shape of your subject. This type of light is the most visible when there is a dark backdrop behind your subject. You can see here that the light is illuminating everything behind my daughter, and I'm shooting low enough that I'm using her to block the light to get the rim lighting around her. I loved the whole mood of this moment with the fog and the beautiful light behind her, so I'm again trying to incorporate some movement into the frame with getting her to toss her hair. I'm all about a good hair toss, and I have my subjects do that all the time. I also had her spin a bit, just anything I could think of to try to incorporate some movement to really help infuse some emotion into what I was capturing. When I'm in nature, I feel a real sense of freedom and awe and just wonder at the world around me, and so that is what I was trying to capture here. Another way I like to use backlight is by creating a lens flare. You can create a lens flare when you shoot towards the light with a narrow aperture. I also wanted to use a narrow aperture here because we had the light rays from the fog coming through the trees, and I wanted to capture those in this portrait. For these images, I'm shooting at f11. Remember that when you change your aperture, you will also need to adjust your ISO to compensate for less light getting into your sensor. When creating a starburst or a lens flare, move your body position so that the light barely peeks over your subject. Remember that you are in control of harnessing the light and can decide how you will use the light based on your camera settings and your shooting perspective. A couple tricks I've learned when creating lens flare is that number one, it's not easy shooting directly into the sun and nailing your focus. It helps me to cut my hand over the front of my lens, lock focus, remove my hand, and then press the shutter. Second, if you squint your eyes while looking through the viewfinder, you can see exactly where the lens flare will be in your frame. If the flare is going directly through your subject, adjust your position a bit until you like where the flare is landing. Another way I like to get creative with this sort of strong backlight is to incorporate water. I will put water, a little bit of water in a Ziploc and put that around my lens and shoot through that. I will also sometimes spray a water bottle onto my lens, just a few drops, and it creates just a really cool bokeh when you're shooting in strong backlight. I put a few drops of water on my lens for a couple of these shots, and you'll see in my final images coming up that it just created a cool and kind of funky lens flare and just something different. I love exploring new ideas and new ways to harness the light. The results aren't always my favorite, but for me, it's not always about getting an award-winning shot every time I have my camera out. I just love to create, and I find joy in the creative process. My number one Lensbaby rule is to embrace the imperfections. I love the way these lenses allow me to tap into my creativity and pull me away from my tendency to be a perfectionist. And here are a few of the images that I captured. And the sun is dipping below these trees, and I'm ending this session with just a few more portraits of my oldest daughter. So again, I'm trying to incorporate the 4 elements that I try to include in my portraiture, which is light, emotion, movement, and story. So the light that I'm using is beautiful backlight, which you can see here. And the words that I think of when I'm shooting in this sort of light, at least in this moment, was just a real sense of calm and peace, inner peace with the fog and the light cutting through the trees. And so I had her just look straight ahead with very little movement to incorporate that emotion and pair it with the light and to really tell a story. I know that this year has been hard for so many of us. 2020 has brought a lot of challenges our way, and it's not an easy season to be creative. I've talked to a lot of friends who are artists that feel pretty unmotivated to create anything right now. I know it's been said, and I fully agree, that now is the time when this world needs our art, our stories, our songs, our creative works. I believe that art heals, and I know that it has been a really important outlet for me personally during this past year. One of my favorite authors is Elizabeth Gilbert, and I love her quote that says, "To find creativity, follow your curiosity." As artists, we are often held back by our own fear. The fear of trying something new, the fear of failing, fear of being misunderstood. I think we are often the ones standing in our own way. Letting go of perfection and fear and following my curiosity often leads me to a place of creativity that truly feeds my soul. It allows me to create from a place of depth that is authentic and meaningful to me as an artist. A painter paints a canvas and creates with intention. From brush size to paint color, her masterpiece is about bringing her vision to life. The same thing rings true for us as photographers. We can bring forth a certain mood or emotion by intentional choices with compositional elements, lens choice, and light. These deeper themes and emotions start within us, and it's up to us to be brave enough to bring our ideas and our artistry and infuse that into our emotive portraiture.
Dreamy artistic images.
Emotive and soulful imagery.
That extraordination and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
Se olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results.
Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscapes.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Poetic, oniric look.
Something extraordinary.
Wow, Shoot Extraordinary Conference. Dana, in the comments, they say it all. This is fire. This is the best presentation of the day. It's so much love and admiration for you right now, and coming from me and our interaction and building this thing, and knowing that you played such a pivotal role in helping me kind of figure out how to navigate this. You're incredible on all levels.
Thank you.
First and foremost, thank you for that. Shoot Extraordinary Conference. Please leave a comment. If you have a question for Dana, now is the time, put it in there. We'll spend a time here in this Q&A. And wow, I know as a photographer, my journey of stepping into this place of emotional vulnerability in photography took a very long time to develop. And the end, I think, was so palatable for not only me, but I imagine everyone watching, because there is this place where you have to be willing to see what's on the other side of something uncomfortable. Tell us a little bit about just your mindset in stepping into the way that you create.
Well, I think I had to really, I guess, get really introspective with myself about my own shortcomings. Like, I like to really understand something and know the rules and, you know, follow the rules and make sure that I'm doing it right and it's presented the right way and it's received the right way. I've kind of checked all the boxes. And I think that's an important part of learning photography, is learning the rules. But then there was a real season that I had to step into of also learning and embracing how to break them. And So for me personally, that was about letting go of the perfection, of the perfect compositions, of the perfect focus, and really getting to a place where if the art that I was creating was resonating with me, that I could let the rest of maybe the boxes that weren't checked go. And that was a really big part of me stepping from a photographer who puts a lens on a camera to an artist that creates from a deeper, more meaningful place.
Yeah, and that's really beautiful and powerful. And in the beginning, I think that stepping on that path and heading towards that trajectory can be cumbersome, right? Because you're in this place of learning and discovering who you are as an artist.
Yeah.
What was it like for you as you first started down that path?
I think you mean just the path of
being willing to be emotionally vulnerable with yourself as a creative.
I think just getting to a place where I had put in the time and put in the practice of learning all the things. And that's the one thing about photography, you never stop learning. So there is no like final place that you arrive. But getting to a place where I felt like I had kind of put in the time to learn the craft, and then, you know, just asking myself what more I wanted from this outlet that I had with the camera and these lenses, these Lensbabies. What did that outlet mean to me, and what could I infuse into, you know, this, you know, these tools to create something that was vulnerable and that was telling a story and really coming from that deep place that I was talking about.
Yeah, that's really beautiful. And they are so much of a tool, and not necessarily even used for the purpose of only creating, but helping to inspire. And we've had multiple people ask over the course of your class, what's your favorite Lensbaby?
Everyone always says it's like picking a favorite kid. But I have a really big place in my heart for the Sweet Optics. I started with the Sweet 50, and so that is still my favorite. It's a great focal length for portraits. I just added the Sweet 35. Actually, when I recorded most of this session, I thought it would be a fun kind of journey to take with everyone to like pull the Spark 2.0 out of the box, the Sweet 35 out of the box, and I had only been using it for minutes when I shot that first session. So I was kind of learning as I was going too. But I love the Sweet Optics because there's just a really sweet spot of focus, and the outer edges are a really soft blur that I think pairs really well with portraiture and just childhood, kind of the magical, emotive kind of, you know, emotions that I want to evoke in my portraiture.
Yeah, and that's really powerful. And you can get that from so many different options too, right? Because it's not necessarily, like we mentioned, just about one thing. It's about trying and experimenting. And you mentioned yourself, like using that Spark 2.0 for the first time, you were like, I don't necessarily get this, but challenging yourself to move through it.
Yeah.
One of the questions that popped up here is, how do you, actually, here's a really great question from Leela, and then I'll ask the next one. That was my question that I'm curious about, but is it Layla? I'm sorry, I wish I knew.
Maybe Layla. It looks like maybe Layla.
Yeah, how do you determine when to convert to black and white? I think that is an amazing question.
So I used to very early on in my photography journey, I would, you know, do every image in color and black and white. And, you know, it was just kind of like a habit. And then I started to realize not every image looks good in black and white. So I really started exploring kind of how to see the world in black and white. And for a good black and white image, you have to have the right kind of light. You need a high contrast light. So like a side light, a Rembrandt lighting, a harsh pocket of light, but anything with a high contrast of highlights. You know, you've got the highs and the mids and the lows, and there's a wide, you know, tonal contrast will convert beautifully to black and white.
Yeah, great tips, great tips. How do you, as you're in this and you're shooting and you're capturing these moments, how do you kind of, I think about this often, right? We are so much in control of guiding our subjects and kind of creating with them. It's this dance, if you will.
Yeah.
Especially when you're working with your children. I know that you mentioned briefly in the presentation, but for those who perhaps missed it, how do you really guide them? Do you have to bribe them? Do you have to give them candy? Like, what does it take to really get your child subject to to be interested and be a part of that journey with you?
That's probably one of my top asked questions, that people ask me is, your kids listen so well, my kids would never do that, or how do you get your kids to listen? And I'm always really honest that there are times when my kids want nothing to do with my camera. And there are times, like for this Lensbaby conference, it was like kind of an important, thing that I was specifically shooting for. And so I did offer my girls, we did like a hot chocolate Starbucks drive-through date as a reward for this. But really, I've learned that my kids enjoy the process more if it's less of me barking orders at them or, kind of not really being in the moment with them. They enjoy it a lot less. So when I'm allowing them to help collaborate with me for ideas, and then the big thing was showing them the end result. I went through a long season where I would take the picture and then they were kind of out of the picture. I would post-process, post to Instagram, post to all the different places. And then they never saw the end result of this creative process we had worked on together. So now that they're able to see that, they're more excited to be a part of it because, they kind of get to be a part of the whole creative process of like creating, and then seeing the end result. And to answer your question, how I kind of guide my subjects is, I'm constantly thinking about those 4 elements I talked about in my presentation, which are light, emotion, movement, and story. So I'm constantly just kind of asking myself questions to kind of stay curious and in the moment and really guide my subjects to kind of create a cohesive, I guess, just vision of what I want to create. So if the emotion is one of wonder or curiosity, I might have them reach out to touch something. Or if I'm, trying to capture a sense of wonder, I might have my daughter spin and twirl. So I'm just constantly asking myself questions and trying to stay curious about the moment and really stay in the moment.
Yeah, that's a great way to step into it. Sometimes the best agenda is having no agenda, right?
Yeah.
And as I've read these comments all day, and especially in this course, we're having people do something really beautiful, and that's discovering that there's so much more to Lensbaby than what meets the eye. And we've had countless people say, I've never been interested in portraits, and now I can't wait to go and take some. What's your journey been like as a photographer to really step into this niche and determine how you want to exist and be seen as a photographer?
Yeah, I think it's like that quote that I said at the beginning of my presentation, and now I don't remember the author of the quote, but it's don't shoot what a moment looks like, shoot what it feels like. And there's a lot of lenses that I'll put on my camera and, they're all tools, but I'm, using the lens and it's just not kind of really matching what I'm feeling in the moment. And so as a photographer / artist, I really want to create work that makes first and foremost me feel something, like I'm infusing my heart into my art. And then I'm also wanting to make the viewer feel something, because that's why part of the reason we create art is to, I guess, share a message or share a story, or, in a small way, try to maybe make somebody feel something or think differently or view childhood or whatever it is we're capturing in a different way. So I love that Lensbaby allows me to shoot how a moment feels. And if you haven't ever tried Lensbaby, I really do. I just highly recommend it. If you want to shoot portraits or any genre with more emotion and mood, Lensbaby does so much of the work for you, and it just allows you to really shoot how a moment feels. And that is my main goal as a photographer and artist.
That's a really beautiful testimony. And Dana, we're running out of time, but I do want to ask one more question because this popped in the feed and I think it's really beautiful. From Shelly, do you plan the vision for a shoot or does it emerge while you are in the moment?
It's a really good question. So another one of my favorite quotes, I love quotes, is by Elizabeth Gilbert. And she says, I said in the presentation, her quote is to, now I'm going to go blank because I'm on the spot, but to stay inspired, stay curious is the gist of her quote. And so, really as a photographer, because I'm mostly photographing my own children and kind of creating fine art out of my children's lives and kind of moments throughout our day, sometimes the vision I'm creating is within that moment. I just try to stay curious throughout the day of moments or emotions or different interactions with my kids or beautiful light that really inspires me. I just try to stay curious about what's happening around me. And then other times I'm kind of bogged down with the responsibility of motherhood, of trying to, you know, run my own business, of a worldwide pandemic, of, you know, homeschooling my 5 kids. And it just feels like sometimes I don't have the margin. So something will catch my attention, and I actually will make a note on my phone about this pretty light in this corner of my home, or maybe something I saw my kids do, like my older son playing the guitar and my youngest daughter was really, you know, connected to the moment with her brother. And so in my mind, I'm like, okay, there's something I'd really love to remember and create something from that. So I'll go back to that beautiful pocket of light and recreate that really authentic story that's true to our family, but recreate that vision at a later time when the light is beautiful again, or I've got more margin in my life to actually sit and take photos.
Powerful.
Yeah.
Dana, thank you so much. Shoot Extraordinary Conference, thank you guys for being here. Day one's been absolutely incredible, and there's still more to come. Craig and I are going to leave you with a little bit of something in just a moment. Please do us a favor, leave a comment, leave a like, share this. If you are just catching the end of this, it's going to re-air. It'll be on Facebook and YouTube all day, and then at the end of the week, we'll be putting it on our website. Please go follow Dana. She was absolutely amazing, as well as all of our speakers, and we will see you guys in just a little bit. Thank you, Dana.
So much. It was such an honor to be part of this.
Thank you. See you guys in a little bit. Craig Strong, we are at the end of day one of Shoot Extraordinary. I, for one, am overwhelmed because this has been far and above, even better than I could have ever dreamed when we sat down and I told you we were going to do this.
No kidding. This is fantastic. I thought you were biting off a lot, and you were, and it came together. And, you know, I just want to thank everybody for going through the learning curve on learning Lensbabies and sticking with us through the technical difficulties today. I think I've got a mic that works now. How do I sound?
You sound okay. We'll make it work.
Sound like $50, not $100. That's all right. We'll figure this out.
About $25.
25. I'll speak a little bit louder. So at any rate, yeah, this has been great. I mean, so it's so great to see people's process and hear them talk about like the inspiration that comes. You know, we've got the technical, and then we've got the heart, you know, the vision for the future. And you know, I love what Dana just said about you know, seeing something that really touches her and revisiting that. I think, you know, the two things for me in my photography that's made it more inspiring and allowed me to stick with it is just remembering, you know, how do I see the world, or what do I see? First of all, what do I notice? Like that great light coming through the window with the guitar and her two kids. And then how do I see it? So I can, you know, you can come back and revisit it. And life just seems to come back in a circle. So you see something, you miss a moment, you're going to be more ready the next time. So what do you see and how do you see it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I constantly am thinking about this idea that the world is, you're never going to be able to take the perfect photo. Like it doesn't exist. And yet we have the ability to move towards that either way with that understanding and get better and grow. And that's so much of what this conference is about, is giving people the tools to step into the world and go and figure it out and try to shoot extraordinary for whatever that means to you. And we've had amazing speakers today, starting with your keynote. And yes, I know we had some glitches and technical difficulties, but this is live and that's how it's going to be sometimes. And then Robert's amazing course on Omni and just seeing the power of creating even just a headshot and making it way beyond extraordinary. And Annabelle's course on commercial photography and just feeling like, man, you see that scene and you want to hear the music, you want to be there, you want to be a part of it. And Kathleen's Velvet journey and looking at the emotional reaction that you can have from something that I would consider so simple as a flower and recognizing that it's never that simple. And wrapping up the day with Dana and this really beautiful experience of stepping into emotional portraiture. I mean, this is day one. We have 2 more days to go, Craig Strong.
That's awesome. And you know, just like I said earlier, this is a community endeavor, and I see all these questions in the chats on the various platforms that we're on with thousands of people going at once if you add them all up. And I just see everybody jumping in and answering questions for people that have, you know, haven't tried a particular lens or are new to Lensbaby, and I love seeing that. That's what this is all about. It's not about our knowledge or what we brought out. It's about what you're doing with it.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm so thrilled that we happen to live in a time where this is something we can do. This was not a reality 4, 5, 6 years ago, and here we are. And so to the Shoot Extraordinary Conference, on behalf of Lensbaby, I want to say thank you for being here. We are doing a secret giveaway. So post your best Lensbaby photo with hashtag Shoot Extraordinary by tomorrow morning. Yes, this is a challenge. That means you have less than 24 hours for an amazing prize. And so thank you all for being here. Please know that we are going to re-air this. It will be on the website. If you missed it today, that's okay. It's still going to be there. And Craig, other than that,
where do they post it? Instagram, Facebook?
Instagram, Facebook, yes.
So just Facebook, it needs to be public, right?
Correct.
So we can search it. Got it.
Yeah. Thank you, Craig. Yes, I'm getting all the post where. Posted on Instagram and Facebook, guys. Hashtag Shoot Extraordinary. Tag us at Lensbaby USA. Tag all the things. Craig, I don't know. Tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern. We're back. 6 classes tomorrow, Craig. 6. Count them. I'm so thrilled. I cannot wait.
Fantastic. In the meantime, I'm going to have to black out my entire studio, so when the rare moment that the sun comes through, it doesn't change my white balance, but that's a whole other discussion. Looking forward to tomorrow. You guys are fantastic. I love this community. I love being part of it. Thanks for being here today.
All right, guys. Have a great evening. Have a great day. Be extraordinary, and we will see you tomorrow.